go. Baby, 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 baby. Morning. We're we're getting going here. Loading up our projects. Got all of our commits in from yesterday. And I'm beginning to feel about a certain part of the code here, refactor boiling, where I finally think I understand more about how the shape of this thing should be. But because what I'm doing here, specifically what I do when I decode these bytes, I put them into a data structure, and then I do all this work here. So I'm kind of repeating myself. Kind of repeating myself. So I could do this in the decode instead. And it would definitely change the result of everything. Although, for instance, like right here, we still need to put it into a variable to make it into a solid position here, so we could do this tween, for instance. So it's not that much of a waste. Not that much of a waste. It sure makes this easier to understand, though. Sure makes this easier to understand. Sure makes this easier to understand. Where were we at on this whole thing? I think we need to, I think it's the movement stuff that we need to. So we got our dudes walking around. Walking on sunshine. Oh, don't it feel good? Ba-bum, ba-bum, bum, ba-bum, bum. We can aggro this guy, and he comes after us. Ooh. Physics process enemy 24 position. Target position. Target is null. Because we de-aggroed. Did we already get de-aggro going? Wait timer. Set state to none. So that's breaking this here because we're waiting to set our state to none. We're still on state follow, but we flush out target. So we need to set target to none after we set the state. And actually, since it's in the setting of the state, this should just happen in set state. So whenever the state is set to none, we set the target to null. That should stop that from happening. So that means set state to none. Thank you, Timothy Milliman. Patron saint of the show. Longtime friend. Skydiver extraordinaire. Puddle jumper. What do they call it? I don't know. consecutive streams. Executive. Oh, button it up. Button it up, guys. It's the C-suite here. 20 consecutive streams. A watch streak. What does that mean? I don't know what any of this stuff means, guys. Thank you so much for that. We need a streak thing. What should we do for streaking? I was saying the sports thing. Got to get some famous sports streaking clips. I'll go streaking in the woods. Excellent. Excellent. Blah, 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 blah. Look, Faser. Look, Faser. But that's about it. So we were working on. So if we are not aggro, then we continue, right? And we were talking about detecting when we de-aggroed automatically. If we detect when we de-aggro, what were we trying to do with that? I'm trying to remember here, boys. Oh, that's right. The enemy needs to then return to its spot. God, this is the full loop, guys. It's all broken and jank, right? I'm not going to deny that it's jank and it looks like jank and it is jank. But so we aggro, we walk, and then it is controlled by the server. Then we de-aggro and it goes back to the client in terms of running the sim state. So we're almost there. Greg, how you doing this morning? How's the old burgundy sphere? The burgundy circle. Burgundy? Is burgundy a color that you'd want it to be? Burgundy's like a red, right? Oh God, yeah. Never mind. Oh, that guy that said that awful thing. I couldn't believe I was just reading it as if I was reading a script that was handed to me in a recording booth. When that like Professor Chaos said whatever it is they said. So I didn't even realize that I said this horrible thing. But then as an insult, like I'm getting to the point, I was just laughing at it. Like it's just so funny because it's like I don't know. Like it's just like okay. I have no idea of the color. I haven't looked. Probably for the better. Probably for the better. I did look when my wife was crowning with my daughter. And I guess they really don't want you to do that because a lot of what? My wife is here. She's hearing this all. They don't want you to do that because I guess guys have a tendency to just pass out. So they kind of tried to stop me. But I mean, it's kind of what you'd expect. So yeah, I saw my daughter first. I have that claim to fame from my before my wife did. Ha. All right. I did not eat. I'm starving. I'm dying. Um, Scrambled eggs and toast sounds amazing. I worked in labor and delivery for a year in the military and was present for over 400 births. We did have 3 or 4 dads pass out. Many felt nauseous. Yeah, I know. That's the point I was trying to make, where he had to ask before the insult, and I didn't want to, because I don't want to insult people that would call somebody that, right? But he was acting very, very much like what he was trying to lob an insult with, which I thought was really funny. Like, that was part of it too. It's just like, anyways, it was very like, that's like not even a middle school insult. I mean, that's like elementary school, playground. Yeah. No, he's looking to get a rise out of people. He's just going into other people's chats and dropping bombs and stuff. It's fine. But in a way, he was sort of attacking part of the audience as well, because, but um, we did have 3 or 4. Yeah, my a good friend of mine who is in the Marine Corps and was shot at, and in Iraq, and saw combat and all that shit. Um, like he even with that stuff, he's like, no, I won't even like. I don't know if he wasn't there for his wife's. I don't think he was, but he's just like, I can't do it. Yeah. Um, I think a lot of it is immaturity and age. So, I mean, I'll remember the name, and if it happens again, then he's out. Um, I'm very cognizant of the toxicity that can infect a chat, and like, I just want to make sure that. Sometimes I worry when the chat's just rolling and I'm not seeing stuff, that I'm gonna miss something where I'm like, that's the birth of something bad, and I should stop that right now. Um, so I get a little concerned when the chat's rolling by fast and I'm missing things. Bear like lion, how's it going? Yeah. I mean, I saw Milo and Otis just like you did, so I think part of that made the whole process a lot easier to deal with. Because you're watching this cute movie about this pug and this cat, and then there's just these visceral birthing scenes where they're just coming out still wrapped in the sack, and and they're just breaking out of it and stuff, and it's like, okay, I didn't expect to see that in this cute film, but all right. Um, Rig, how you doing? Doing good. How you been? I've been good. I've been good. Look at what I got going on here. Let me show you. So we've got our client and our server, like we've had, and we have I didn't connect. Okay, hang on a second. Let me start over here. I saw the video. Yeah, I did too. 5th grade. Also had a 5th grade teacher describe way too much about his ejaculation. That was I wish he would have stopped talking. I still will never forget what he was talking about. Um It's like, okay, dude, you could stop now. You could stop. Um, like John Cleese in The Meaning of Life. He was describing something where it's like, dude, you need to see a doctor. He's like, sometimes it's green, and I'm like, even as a kid, I'm like, dude, I think you got something stank going on down there. you might wanna get that checked out, bro. That's why it stuck with me. Excited to see this. I spent all night doing a new multiplayer project with as a tutorial for others. Oh wow, okay. Yeah. it was a thing. So sometimes when a man and a woman and two other men and a tandem horse suit very love each other very much. Oh god. So yeah, so the bottom one is the client, the top one is the server. We're sending the a ring of 20 of the last inputs, unordered, unreliable. We are simulating packet loss and delay. And so this is being reconstructed. Only one of the last 20 inputs has to make it to its destination in time for the entire buffer to be reconstructed. The enemies right now are moving on both screens in a deterministic way, and so there is no network packets being sent for the enemies because their outcomes are the same on both ends. We're just syncing based on the server tick. So those slowly get into sync in the movement, and then we can aggro them, and then that's when they become in control from the are they not? There we go. They are then in control by the server. And so we're just going to work on de-aggroing them. The movement and everything is real shit. We're going to ignore all that. But anyways, so yeah, we're going to work on de-aggroing. And then what happens when they de-aggro is they're going to just disappear and reappear back on their deterministic behavior. And so we can have many, many, many enemies and not have to send their state across the network unless they've been engaged in. So server auth input. Yeah. So the server is receiving the inputs and playing them back exactly the same as the client pressed them. And we have deterministic physics. So we're using something called Rapier Physics, which is a Rust add-on for Godot for physics. You just swap out your physics like Jolt or anything else. You just change it. And then, yeah, they're going to just kind of... I saw Rapier was just Googling it. Yeah. So... And then if anything, if the server then sends the SymTick update to all the clients, and then the client checks from the SymTick update, it's the last processed input on the server and the position that it was at, and it checks your position in the last processed input. And if it's different, then we have a rollback where it rollbacks your position to that point, plays all your inputs again in a before the next draw, and then smacks you back to where you really should have been in case something does get off. And we don't have any QoS or anything like that yet, but we will. And so right now what we need to work on is we're going to have the de-aggro happen where the enemy goes back to their route. So, and we want to make the routes much more dynamic, and ultimately we still want to be deterministic and do rolling of numbers and have the enemies behave in a random way, but based on a seed. But still deterministic. But there's some problems with that mentally for me to figure out how do I, if you join mid-game, how do we get everyone on the same page? And the only way I can think that initially is to literally send the entire state of everybody at that moment, which is like would be too much. So I have to think that through. So for now they have this like fixed route thing that they do. So yeah, and so that's why the clients are a little bit delayed on the server side, and then they're even more delayed if there's 3 clients, it's even more of a delay. I can't show 3 clients just yet because of how I'm doing. I'm using 2 controllers, and then if I have a third client, it just takes one of the available controllers and uses that as the input, and so it screws everything up. So I guess I need a third controller. Um. Anyway, so we're trying to work on the de-aggro thing. So Bear Like Lion, what's the multiplayer project you were doing? But yeah, it is not lockstep. Even though it sounds like I'm describing lockstep, it is not lockstep because the client processes the inputs immediately. Oh, a bunch of people has been asking me. Yeah, it's really simple. The multiplayer, if you're using the multiplayer synchronizer, it's pretty straightforward. It's just that there's a lot of like kind of setting the table initially, getting the scene tree to be identical for both client and server and all that stuff. I don't actually have to worry about that with this approach. Um, so I wrote it over last night. Nice. Mind if I drop a link to the repo? Yeah, sure. I'm sure your code. Listen, I am without a doubt positive that your code would be better than anything I could produce. But I can look it over. So you were using the you're using the Steam NOS thing. You were talking about this yesterday, right? The NOS, Steam NOS, and then um, eNet. Yeah. So I'll be doing eNet through the replication stuff. Good, good morning. We're gonna lose. Once you configure the connection, RPCs and sync work the same. Yeah, yeah. So that's I'm confident that I'll be able to do that as well for this. So I know that it's going to work. The question is, what is it really like across an actual pipe, right? I'm simulating network issues, but we'll see what it's really like. I saw this on because Spelunky does the input thing, Spelunky 2. And I saw in their settings that you could increase or decrease the amount of buffer that it sends. But I'm 100% confident as well that Spelunky's enemies and everything are deterministic. You're a pipe. This whole town's a pipe. How you doing, Mr. D-Boy? So how's the release doing for the update? Is it what's happening with that? Did it change anything? Like what did it end up? Nope, dead game. Hmm. But it's still not launched, right? It's early access, right? You only get one first impression. Hmm. But like for instance, right now you're not showing up in sales and anything like that. Like how does that work with early access? I do. So early access is the launch. So what happens when you launch? Does anything change? I know we've talked about this before, but something seems off about the way they're doing early access. I think they're sort of screwing it up for the developers, really. Early access feels like you shouldn't even be able to find an early access game unless you check a box somewhere when you're doing a search. If somebody sends you a link to an early access game, you would see it, but you need to check a box to say I'm searching plus games with early access or something. Wishlist get a second email, but that's about it. So your game, what you're describing is it did this, where it went like this. So are there any early accesses that do this? So basically, early access helps you not invest time in an idea that's not going to work. If this is possible in early access. If the only outcome of early access is this, then if your launch isn't good, you know you have a dud. Demo is the new hotness again. I'll wait for 1.0. Yeah, well, hold it out for when you do a release, dude. Right? So whatever promises you made here, just reach them for release and then be done with it, right? I think it's an idea that has merit. What's going to suck is if you release the game and someone else does something just like it and it's hugely successful. I think there's something there for sure. My daughter loves it. My biggest issue is I have a free to play game with purchasable DLC, but Steam doesn't notify those who wish to list the main game when the DLC is on sale. Yeah, you might want to put you might want to make it so you can advertise on the main menu when they open up the game. I know that's what the Butterscotch Games does with their stuff. News and main menu marquee. There's a big on sale now if you're a free player on the main menu. Yeah, dude. Unfortunately, free to play, it's the whale model with free to play. Is my understanding. Right? Like the reason why these big companies go into that is because occasionally they hook a whale. And yeah. Yeah, it's a bummer. Like it's not about onesie twosies, right? It's about getting one person to dump $700 in a week. So I'm going to try and remonetize in the new year. You could just make it a paid game. See what happens, right? Or 50K in a day. Yeah, you really need to have a good model for that to work. I mean, I guess you might be able to sleep at night knowing that you're manipulating the most addictive qualities of being a human being to make money, right? You might be able to excuse it away. It's multiplayer game focused and a game, and I want there to be a player base. Yeah. Yeah. See, that's the danger of what I'm working on. That's why I'm giving away so many free copies, because if I'm relying on multiplayer, it's like, okay, I have to have some base to start from, and I'm not relying on it. The game is multiplayer first, so to speak, but the game itself is a single player experience as well. How much did that Diablo Immortal player spend? Oh, geez, I don't even know. Yeah. All right, so deaggroing. Deaggro. Deaggro. Now, if we have a list of aggroed, and then we know we're deaggroing, maybe if we just have a list. So if we go through, but we wouldn't want to do it on the sim packet. So we need to do it here. Deaggro. So here's where we have our list of enemies. Growling Octopus. I assume free to play is one of those exponential success compared to player count things. You really have to get a huge player base to make much with it, since the player base feeds the player base. Right. That's why there's these, big conglomerates that make these things happen. And it's why you're constantly hearing about Raid Shadow Legends, right? Because it's the horse before the cart, where you kind of have to infect everyone into even trying it, and then you get the whales. It's a tricky situation for sure, but my game was recreating a free mod, so I feel guilty for charging it. Yeah. Yeah, if you want to catch fish, you got to use a big net if you don't know where they are. Well, it's a good thing the whole world is just embracing gambling. It's going to end pretty well. This is fine. Release free to play. I feel bad, Bear Like Lion, because yeah, free to play, it's like, yeah, dude, I'll do this and then I'll have a really good DLC. And unfortunately, the model just doesn't work that way. It's just proven. It's proven that it doesn't. It's just proven that it doesn't work. Like, because people that have all that, it's like when you give somebody something free, they say, "What else you got for me?" Right? Instead of like, "Oh, you know what? I'm gonna pony up." It's a bit like social media, right? Like a lot of people like, and I've said this before with social media. Proposition: would you pay for Facebook? Would you pay for Twitter? Fuck no. Right? But then it's free and you're willing to give up, and I'm saying you as in the royal you. You're willing to give up so much of your time and it's free. But you would never pay for it. And it's like, what? Like, dude, the human brain is so broken. It's so easy to work against it. My game will also have gambling into it. But in like an in-world gambling, I would be okay with. You're also up against titans of FTP on Steam. Surfs Up, Marvel Rivals, Warframe. Yeah. Right. And they're Warframe's amazing, frankly, because it's a zero IP. It's from nothing. And And Marvel Rivals is like, okay, you got an IP, so like it's not going to be as difficult to you already have this audience that's coming, right? You got dads on the pooper. Although Rivals is a FPS, right? So they can't really shit and play the game, so it's not as but well, I guess if they have a Steam Deck. But yeah, games for dads that are pooping. I think that's an entire genre, really. Um, uh, so what? You want a core game loop? You want a complete session of a game to be about 10 minutes? First person shitters. I've been playing YM game on Steam Deck, and it's so good. Been shining. YM game? What's YM game? Sorry, I'm out of the loop. I make jokes about people playing games, some games like Fortnite or Minecraft, but I'm only joking. I don't actually have any issues with it. But there's only one game I'll actually mock people for playing, and that's Raid Shadow Legends. I used to do that when I'd raid, and I forget to, where I'd be like, Raid Shadow Legends. And I did that every time I would raid somebody, but I just totally forgot. It gets old. Sometimes you got to freshen things up. First person shitters. Yeah, toilet games, man. You know, like you need a break from the world. Got to sit on the toilet. You need a mechanic in the game where if your legs are asleep, you can there's something in the game for are your legs asleep? You can't stand up? Cut off the circulation to your legs. Only had that happen once on the toilet. I think it was like I was like super sick. I was super sick. Actually, about 2 years ago, this is really weird. So we used to live, we called it downstairs. It's an addition to the house that used to be a porch that they converted into another room. The prior owners. So anyways, we lived downstairs, and one night I woke up, had to use the restroom. So I got up and started walking up the stairs. And it's like my body was like, oh, you know what? As I was walking up the stairs, my body was essentially like, you know what? Your legs are asleep right now. And so I'm standing on the stairs, and my legs are just suddenly, I can't move them anymore. And I just start falling back. And behind me is a glass cabinet thing with all this glass and concrete floor with like a subflooring on it, right? So, or a floating floor on the top of that. So I'm just going. And like, it was one of those moments where it's like, well, I might wake up in the hospital. Like, I don't know what's about to happen here. And my whole body just went, like, my legs went limp, and I couldn't stop myself from falling. Just fucking, bam, just hit the ground. And my wife was with my son. He had woken up, and she was putting him back to sleep. And I'm just on the floor. Calvin's, like, coming to me. And I'm just like, just like in all kinds of pains, just, like, wailing. And, eventually I was able to get myself, I was fine. I was in pain. There was no permanent damage or anything, but damn. I had limp legs before, like I could stand on them but not move them. That's exactly what happened. Like I got my my leg up, and I put my weight on it as I was going up the stairs, and then they locked, and I couldn't move them anymore. And then I couldn't counterbalance because I couldn't bend my knees. And so I just started falling backwards. Oh, my game. Sorry. Nice. Twitch user. I mean, maybe that's part of it, dude. Launching with controller support is a big deal. I mean, that gets you Steam. It's so good, dude. Yeah, I think, dude, Mr. D Boy, I'm telling you, I feel good about it. The Twitch user shadow feed is closed, so it'll eventually end up in the available pool. Would be fun streaming with that. Then whenever I say raid, I can say raid Shadow Legend, Shadow leg ends. I've had I lost use of my hands when I broke my neck and bruised my spinal cord, but it got better. Yeah, that's still wild, dude. Greg's got Greg's lived a life. My life is like, I stayed at home, and then 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 the next day I stayed at home, and then the next day I stayed at home. Um, but Greg's like a jet setter. It's like, I traveled to New York, and then I got to go to Florida, and blah 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 blah, and ah. All right, so de-aggroing. If we have a list of enemies, now what we could do, let's think about this. So one thing that our I don't know if Miss Cricket is listening to me. It sounds like Calvin's out there barking. Decode packed byte array returns a bool. A bool array. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Look at all this shit I'm doing here. I don't have to do this. I'm doing it here. Right here. Look at that. All right. Well then, okay, we're gonna fix this up. All right. We're gonna take this and bite packer. So we don't have to do this at all. We can use the index and check it. My across the street neighbor's dogs barked for 3 hours outside this morning, nonstop. This was after 2 or 3 hours last night. Yeah, that's what I don't want. I'm going to double check that that's not our dog. Can you guys give me a moment? Is that okay? Oh my gosh. How many episodes is that Pluribus show? Because we're still going through it. Nine episodes. Okay. Our barking dog is a thing that starts neighborhood wars. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, unfortunately, I'm so used to it from every neighborhood I've ever lived in. You know, like, and the real problem is for us. Like Calvin was fine when he was a puppy. Showed up on our porch. We just left him outside all the time. He never barked. And then I'm like, oh, it's everything I've read is it's really important with German Shepherds to get them socialized and make sure they're not aggressive and everything. And so I'm like, I'll start walking him. And we're walking around the neighborhood and dogs are coming up to the fence because everyone leaves their dogs out. And so the entire neighborhood taught him, hey, when you're in your yard and somebody's walking by, you know what you're supposed to do is go up to the fence and bark. And so and in a couple of weeks, he's just like unsweetified and became like, oh, there's somebody near the fence. Like it was amazing. It's amazing how, and we had these two sweet little dogs at our house. We lived out in the country, me and my wife, and they never barked at anything. And then we brought them to her cousin's house, and in one day, the doorbell rang or something, that whole thing, that just broke them. And then from then on, the pack had taught them, oh, you know what you're supposed to do. So it really fucking sucks that there's other countries where it's not like this, right? Where it's like a little different with the way the dogs are and stuff. But unfortunately, in the States, it's very common for people to just leave their dogs out all day and just like not stop them from doing these things. And then they're pack animals, so then they just pick up what the group's doing and they go, oh, okay. And then we have these like street dogs that just like go around terrorizing people when they're walking and stuff. And it's awful. We live in an upper scale neighborhood, and these are folks that maybe aren't used to this sort of style, and they are shitty about keeping their dogs in cages. I called the cops on them years ago, and they put up a fence, and that helped. But they will lock them on the back porch instead of let them run around, and they bark 100%. Oh, so they're locked in a cage barking. And they have no perception that they just keep barking. Oh, geez. Yeah, if a dog's in a cage barking, that's not good. Because when you crate a dog, it's supposed to be really comfortable. And they usually, You can have a very anxious, nervous dog, and you throw them in their crate. If they're properly crated, then they'll just calm right down. Same here. People are so fed up that they are, quote, taking care of the dogs that are freely running around on the streets. Yeah. Yep. And there's a mother, father, children, both sets of grandparents, and a few uncles all live in this house. Yeah. So someone should notice. The point of a barking dog is to alert the owner and cause concern for the owner. Like when you hear a dog bark, you should be like, what's going on? Right? But if it's just white noise, then they're not like protecting you. It's not working as that function anymore. I mean, the perfect example of that is if we're inside, if Calvin's inside and he barks, something's wrong. Like something for him at least is like, there's something wrong. I don't know how else to put it. It is weird. Dogs, they are very alert animals. It's crazy sometimes how much they pick up on things. Oh, howl bark. Oh my god. Jacob, how's it going? Slowing you down. It's going. We're just talking about barking dogs in neighborhoods. My dogs? No, barking dogs. Such a volatile dog. Dude, it is crazy. It's crazy how you can get into like, have you gotten into an argument with Millie? Like a vocal back and forth? Because like, Calvin and I will have these like little arguments with each other. Or like I'm telling him to stop or whatever, and he'll be like, it's like, listen, dude, I'm telling you got to stop. It's like, I don't care what you have to say. Yeah. Bark nonstop. Jasper's funny. He does a soft bark if you ask him what. The little, like the little, or the, is it more like a, depends on how small the dog is. Bob's bark is like an old man cough. Mr. Pig is hilarious, and the people who do deliveries know all about him. But he'll bark at people coming up to the gate, and the delivery people will open our gate, shut the door, come into the yard, and instantly he's like, "Oh, well, welcome in. Here's our porch. This is where you can place your packages. I hope you're having a good day." And then they'll walk out to the gate, go on the other side, shut the gate, and he's like, "Get the fuck out of here, motherfucker! That's what I told you! Get out of here!" He just like turns back on, and he's like, I told you to get out of here." He just turns into it completely. It's like the invisible line. You're on the other side of the invisible line again. I think it's just like, oh, you're supposed to be here. Like you walked through, so you must supposed to be here. But yeah, Millie wants the dog bed and will bark in Jasper's face until she gets it. She wants his toy. She barks at us to go get it from him. Hey, 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 that's mine. Hey. Bro, there's nothing wrong with game. There's literally no error in game right now, bro. Why are you yelling at me? Close and reopen Godot. Something funky's going on here. Millie wants to. I usually just got to roll over her, since she doesn't yap that way. Roll her over. Calvin, and this is probably bad, and we're bad owners that we let him do this, but he just like at nighttime he just lays on top of me. He just gets in the bed and he's like, "Oh, okay, we're doing this." And then he just like plops himself right on top of my body, and he's like a compression blanket. There we go. There's the error that they're talking about. And he does this thing where at night he like comes up to my face. It's like he's saying goodnight, like he's giving me a hug. Cause like he'll come up to me before that and he'll get like lurch right over me. It's actually terrifying in complete darkness. But he'll get right up to me. He doesn't lick. He's not a licker. He doesn't lick at all. But he comes up and he just like puts the side of his muzzle up against my face and like does this like face hug thing where he pushes up against me like this really hard and I have to push up against him really hard. And so we're sort of like doing this thing like and it's like he's giving me like a goodnight hug or something. And then he just stares. If the lights are on enough, he'll just stare at my face like very intently, and I'll pet him and he'll just be staring at me just for I don't know, like 2 or 3 minutes. And then he gets on top of me. So this is like he's standing in between my wife and me, or he's standing over me. And then he just plops down. And then it's about another 5-10 minutes of that. And then eventually he kind of goes to the corner of the bed and sits down, lays down there. But ultimately he likes the floor. He likes to lay on the floor. So, but very intense loves from him. He's very intense doggy. That's good. Too big of a dog to share a bed with, I'm sure. Oh yeah. No, he's very big. But sometimes he like insists. And sometimes he's like, you know what? I'm coming under the sheets and nobody is going to tell me otherwise. It's happening. And that's really only if it's for some reason really cold. He's just like, no, like I'm coming under the sheets. And he just like shoves his way under. It's like there's no way to stop him. And then in like 10 minutes he gets super hot and he's like he gets out of he puts his head out of the sheets. He's like, holy shit, how do you guys do this? And then he leaves. So but that happens like maybe 3 times a year. You hotboxing him, sure. I'm sure, yeah. It's like you guys smell. He's a good dog though. He is a very the thing about German shepherds is they're extremely protective. It's really hard to deal with sometimes. Um cuz like if you're not in their fold, they are very intimidating and will scare the shit out of you. Um Now, I don't think that's true for all of them because I've seen some really laid back German shepherds that are just like cool with everybody. But he's not like that. And it was right away. That's the craziest thing is day one, the night after he adopted us and just stayed on our porch, we took him for a walk with the kids and he was instantly like growling at people and he got better, but he was like really protective of us initially. And it was like so weird because it's like, dude, you don't even know who we are. But we'd walk together and there was like somebody approaching and he's just like, you know, growling and whatever, but he doesn't do that. He does judge people though. Cause occasionally I'll be walking him and there'll be somebody like way far away and he's like starting to do the like low growl thing. And I'll look and I'll be like, yeah, thanks for letting me know. Like, I appreciate that because that guy's acting a little weird. She's a sweetheart too. Yeah, they're very loyal, extremely protective and very loyal. Like, um, and if they don't like you, but you're part of the group, they'll. It sucks because they are very like they'll let you kind of you know that they're not even close to being remotely one of their ones that they really care about. It's like, it's a bummer. He doesn't. He's fine with me, but he doesn't like. Yeah, super anxious and protective. She was so sweet when you were cool with her. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's glues to me. Like, if he's in the house with me and I'm walking around, he's just like, where are we going? Oh, we're going in the kitchen? Okay. And then it's like, okay, where else are we going? Okay, we're going this way. And he's just like on my side. It's just they're shepherds. What are they going to do? I mean, it'd be nice to be a sheep and know you got one of those dogs around. You feel really safe. Okay, so I think we've got that kind of worked out. It is weird. It is weird to know that this dog would just like lay down their life for you. Because I've never had a dog. It's like the movie dog, right? Like every dog I've ever had is just sort of like, I'm pretty sure they would eat me if I died and I was alone in the house, you know? um, and like I couldn't even get them to play fetch if I wanted them to, you know? But this is such like a movie dog. It's so weird. Millie, she herds our cats. If they fight, she interrupts. If they bite the plants, she stops them. If they're near her food, she nudges them away. Cats would do that. I mean, the one I live with was not protective. Protective dogs scare me, and I don't mess with them. But I'm one of those every dog loved me. Yeah. Unfortunately, we do. I think I'm kind of that way too with dogs. And it's funny too because you just like they just sort of like I don't know, they suss people out really quick. At the house party I'm hanging out. Yeah, dude. And I know for some people it pisses them off because it's like, oh, they have a ball in the house, and they have like a, you know, like a terrier, you know, and a terrier and a ball is like, and the minute I throw it, some people are just like, oh, because like the dog's just gonna bring it back like in 5 seconds and be like, okay, throw it again, and then I'll throw it again, and the dog, okay, like throw it again. All business. It's like, okay, my life's purpose is being fulfilled right now. But we'll walk Calvin, and Calvin is a rescue, and everything about him is like, do not try. If you're a stranger, don't. And we'll have people like, I've had this happen. The best one that I mentioned it before, but it was this old lady coming towards us, and oh, what a sweet dog, and I'm like, please don't pet him. Please don't try and pet him. He's a rescue, you know, he's really protective, and she's, you know, people will just be like, no, dogs are great with me. No. And then Calvin with this old lady was like, oh, you know, like barks at her. And she's like, that's a bad dog. What a bad dog. And it's like, lady, I told you not to. Like, no, you're a bad human. I'm sorry. Listening comprehension is low on your list of abilities, so I can only tell you not to. I know and the thing is he's got a real sweet face, and so I get it. All right, here's Bob's bark. Bob's Barker. This is Bob's Barker, everyone. Oh, the snort. Dude, they do this snort. Hang on, I'm going to put it on the thing here. I don't want to show the rest of our messages, though. I have to be careful how I do this. Give me a second. Just a lot of nudes. We're just sending dick pics back and forth. It's a thing. So, here we go. Here's Bob's Barker. Oh, poor guy.
Sorry.
He looks at you. He's like, what did you filming me?
Huh?
Red is back. Back again. Red
What
is
the
back.
dog doing?
Red is back. Red is back. Ooh. All right. How you doing, Red?
Bruh.
Is it okay if I send this to my wife? I mean, I showed it on the stream. I'm sure she would. Bob's Barker. It has been a while, Red. How you doing? You know what I need to do? Because I'll be honest, the idea of me playing games every Friday is just like I can't do it anymore, guys. I'm sorry. Um but maybe what I can do is some sort of I don't know. I feel like I can do something. Maybe like a 24-hour stream. Oh, the month's just burnt out. Nymphis, how's it doing? See, because like Nymphis has Konota out, and I need to play that again. Everyone's got their things I need to hit up again. So I got to come up with a new way of doing it. So much more difficult, but I'll just get it out. You know, I'll make an event of it. 24 hours is really difficult with kids. Playtest PMs. So do it at like night. It's so weird. Rig's color for me is green on my chatter Reno thing, and then Rig is purple in the. That's why sometimes I'll get people's names mixed up because their color that I see is identical. The difference is it wouldn't be every week's a second. It would be like one day out of like a month or something. But 24 hours is a lot. Greg's totally right. Thinking of getting at the end of a possible feedback on my current version game. I am orange in the chat, but green on the stream. For me, this is weird. For me, on my browser, you're purple. And then you're like Leonardo green. No, that's more of a Michelangelo green. You're like a Michelangelo green. Do you love that I named the greens after the original cartoons coloring? Chartreuse. Sure. That's a word that I've heard. I know it's a color. And that's totally what color you are. The ooze green. No. Maybe. I guess it depends on what interpretation of ooze we're talking about. Yeah, you're like my middle school teacher's my 5th grade teacher's elementary school teacher's description of his ejaculate green. Yeah. That we were talking about earlier today. A lot of people are going to be like, "What?" Nobody else is in on that. Nobody else. Only the bros that were here right at the beginning of the stream. Everyone's like, "What are you talking about?" Ride of your life. Oh my god. My wife made a green pizza outdoors 2 days ago after Christmas food. It froze pretty fast. Huh? That guy must have been really hard up. Ah, poor dude. She puked. Huh? Nymphis, I feel like I'm like it's like you're on the radio and it's like shh, and then I'm hearing another part of the conversation and then shh, and it's like what? Repeat that. It's like it's like my wife made a green pizza outdoor after Christmas food. Froze pretty fast. She puked. I'm like, huh? Her wife puked a green puddle and it froze in the shape of a pizza. Oh, wow. Okay. Let me go back. Did I miss the word puke? I don't see puke in there. What is going on? Oh, she puked. Like, that's the punchline. Oh, I get you. Mariano, how's it going? She puked outdoors in the cold. Her green puke froze. Okay. I thought I read yours, Sarah. Sorry. Wasn't it possible to choose? So they changed that as well on Twitch? I wouldn't doubt it. Alrighty. This is the mines. Okay. It was those darned handsome blender skills. Exactly. Hope your feelings are able to recover. Unreconcilable. I will have to now switch from blender to Maya so we can be at odds. Dodge Charger. Buying a Dodge Charger just increases your chance of being wrapped around a tree dead. Um, yeah. Fast and the Furious is going to get real boring real quick when everyone's rolling around in super fast electric vehicles. Like deadly quiet electric cars where you only hear the wheels on the road and some whirring noise. All right, I'll be right back, guys. I got to get a shot of soda. I guess we could do Tetrio, but then I gotta really focus. I gotta dedicate some real time here. We've been chatting it up like a bunch of friends, gabbing like gals. You know that Pete Holmes show, that was disappointing. That show got canceled. Was that COVID? Did COVID ruin that? Okay, how do I get rid of this shit? Look at all this crap. How do I get rid of this? I don't want any of this. It's doxing me. Fucking piece of shit. All right. Anybody can play. I'm going to send a link in the chat. Just press on it and you'll be able to join. You don't have to create an account. Although if you want cred, maybe you do. You can play with controller or keyboard. The best players get really good at keyboard, but I just can't. Why is it so choppy right now? Why is it so choppy? I'm going to go ahead and pin this. Put a 12-minute pin on here. All right. Pinning the link to the game if you want to join, if you decide. We'll get started with Reagan's second favorite. This is the I'm playing lying down. This is this is a rivalry is the term here that we're going to look for. It is 100% a rivalry. Shit. You shit fucks! I didn't even get to God bless you fuckers! Good start. You know, somebody's gotta lose. Sometimes it's humiliating. Oh my God. Damn, second favorite owning us all. Sorrow's in here. We're gonna lose. Oh my God, it's the Battle of Titans. Here we go. Oops. How much time is wasted? Damn it! Who am I fighting right now? Sweet Jesus, stop! Ah, sweet Lord Almighty! Not like this, Jesus! Oh, good job, Sorrow. Good game, man. That was awesome. Comes in just to show us how it's done. Walks away a champion. 96 lines. Jeez. He's like Ali coming back for one last fight. little pepperings, man. That's what does it. Oh my God. I'm clutching today. All right, one more round. If we can, Rig's got to tie it. Otherwise, this is the tiebreaker between me and second. Shit. Let's clean this up. Got to build out of this hole. Shit. Oh, that might be it, guys. Oh, good job. That's it. Greg takes the win. Brutal. All right, back to work. Thanks for the redeem, Rig. Sorrow is the MVP, still holding on to the belt. Sorrow versus Breakin'. One day we'll have the two go against each other. I would be curious to see how that plays out. I'm definitely past the adrenaline. Like, I'm not getting any adrenaline kick anymore when I'm playing. So I don't know what that's about, but I spent all my time Tetrising and not enough grading these finals papers. I'm not even worried anymore. It doesn't help, right? Like, because it's like adrenaline is like, oh, you need to think in fight or flight, right? But Tetris is all about like, what are you like planning ahead and all that kind of stuff. And you get that jolt of adrenaline and it's like, oh, this isn't going to help me at all. I'm going to be real sloppy. And sometimes you need it, but I don't know. It's not like I can control it when it happens, but it hasn't been happening lately. Near the end of that match, though, I glanced and I saw your name, and that fucked me up so hard, Sorrow. I was like, "Oh no, it's Sorrow." if I hadn't looked. Okay, back to what we were doing over here. So if the last aggro and this one are the same, then we know we just do whatever it's saying for us to do with it. So we say enemy aggro last equals sim enemy aggro. And this needs to be a duplicate, right? We need to make a copy of this. Otherwise, it's going to be a direct reference, right? And that's a comparison. We don't want to do that. There we go. Okay, so now we're copying this over into our last for future comparisons on SimTick. This here we can do after we know if it is aggroed. Maybe we don't. Okay, if it's the same, when does this not matter? if this is false, this is when we care about if they're the same or not. And we're not the same. So basically, we've moved to false. Then we're de-aggroing here. And then I guess we'll do an elif. And if we're true, then we're aggroed. And then we do all this stuff. And then here's where we'll de-aggro. 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 Mini is in. I got to check my language here. How you doing, Mini? De-aggro. De-aggro. So no streaming in the daytime tomorrow and the next day. So if I stream it all, it'll be at night. So we'll see. And yeah. Hopefully I see you guys. See what happens. Okay, and then this is we're gonna de-aggro. De-aggro. In this case, they want enemy. You work Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Thursday and Friday are off. Okay. So do we need to do this? This is already getting called somewhere. Hang on a second. Okay, so we have a server diagro and a client diagro. Diagro. Nithir, how's it going? I'm still off till the 5th. Oh, man, this tailbone. It's connected to the thigh bone. Nithir, you missed the pantsing from sorrow today. Will Minnie use the A-ball today? I don't know. Gonna have to ask Minnie. I guess Minnie can answer that. I'm... Yes. All signs point to yes, right? Not now, though. Oh. Holding out on it. Gotta queue up your 8-ball questions. Get them ready. I feel like a nap coming on today, boys. It is going to be a shorter stream. We're going to end it in about an hour, just to confirm. Sid, hope you're doing good. So I'm starting to do these functions where I'm saying client diagro, server diagro. So, I mean, and I'm doing this in the game codes. This is getting weird. Some of this stuff is weird, dudes. I don't know that I'm going to have a game monolith for this. It's what's happening on the client side and what's happening on the server side, even if you're playing solo. There's no separation from the netcode in the game. The function, like, it's still a networked game when you're playing single player, if that makes any sense. Now, I suppose what I could do. I'm going to take a nap now and get a head start. I've started a nap. You say you want a nap-olution. Well, you know, we all want to snooze the world. All right. Well, these are the same things here, right? So you're creating a live service game. Bake the server into the client and do it all locally offline. I think that's what I'm going to do too, Bob. I think that's what I'm going to do. Because then the server's always running, and when you want to do a lobby, you're already cooked and ready to go. It would also mean that local LAN, the game would work even if my servers went down. So even if Steam was down or whatever, we could set it up so you could still do a LAN. I wonder, and one player. Yep. Bake this. I think people are done with live service games. You think it was, you think it was like a trend? Sorry, guys. I'm thinking about this pattern that I'm starting to develop, and I'm wondering about. Some Steam games have the server as a separate game application you can start and connect to. Yeah. Yeah. We could do something like that if I get it all right. What if my composition of my code is correct in the way that it really needs to be separated, then making a CLI or something like that should be possible. The code is not is mixed and incorrect if I can't do that. Does that make sense? Which is the way it is right now. If I'm to be frank, it's not really that separated. So I would need to be able to eventually, if I had this right, like the right way, I would be able to run some sort of headless version of it. Does the Minecraft also start a server? I'm guessing that's what's happening with vanilla, but I'm not sure about I mean, I imagine they would be doing that even for um Bedrock. I should that should be like a week-long project. But that would that constitute netcode? I don't think so. I wouldn't call that netcode so much. Cuz whenever I'm referring to netcode, I'm really thinking about like the packets and the issues of the networking stuff. But I think that would probably be something at some point I would come along far enough into this and I'll say, okay, it's time to rip everything out and get this figured out. Because I don't want to do it yet because I don't know quite how I'm doing everything anyways. And I feel like if I do it now, I'm going to have to make presumptions about certain things that I'm not really sure about yet. And I'll set myself, I don't know, I feel like I'd set myself up. I feel like refactoring towards that is easier than trying to start from that without knowing what it would even look like, but maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, I mean, theoretically, what it would be is like if we look at world right now, we have, you can't really see it on the stream. I can barely even see it right now. The server's version of things would be what? It would be only the elements of, say, the physics that need to run for the enemy stuff, collisions and stuff, but we wouldn't be drawing anything, right? It would all just be, oh, this collision body is moving over here and its state is this and blah 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 blah. And so if you could visually see it, it would just be like if you're in debug mode and no meshes were there or anything, right? And it's just kind of doing what it needs to do to exist as a server. So that's that, we'll get there. We're going to get there, guys. But I don't want to spend, because I think that could be a little bit of time to get everything quite like that based on where I am. And I don't want to be another month of me not being able to show any of the game progress. You know, because I am streaming this. So if I wasn't, maybe that's what I would focus on. But I kind of have to make progress with something to show for it, and then also move the needle. But I mean, that's just game dev. It's just is what it is. If we were a team, if I was like the server guy, then I think we would, like if I had 3 people, right? Then we'd delegate and do things a lot differently. But but we'll get there. Don't worry about it. Don't let me forget though. Diagro. Okay, so I'm thinking we're okay here. Let's go. Let's see. We have a breakpoint on the client side for when we deaggro. Oh, look at this. We froze. Session 2. Out of bounds. Hang on. Get index 8 on base array bool. Sim packet 107. Let's see what we got. Here. Game sim enemy aggro. What did we end up with here? Guys, even just doing the inputs took so much brain power for me. And now it seems simple. That's the funny thing about it is now when I look at what I've done and like, oh, it's really simple. And it always sounded simple. But actually executing on it was it didn't feel simple. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8. It's a U8. We're decoding a U8. We have a U8. Enemy index. So we're going greater than 8. Enemy size. We're encoding as a U8. U8
I can't believe you've done this.
Let me confirm. Is it a U8 or a U64 here? Oh, it's a U64. Whoops. How is this working right? The crate ARG. The crate ARG, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome in. Your mom. I'm kidding. That was yesterday. I'm working on a networked multiplayer game. It's going to be like a life sim. If you're familiar with something like Fantasy Life, we're shooting for that. So that's what we're going for. All right, out of bounds. So we're moving over to a different area of our problems. And he doubles down. I know he recoiled, but then he got to keep him guessing. Oh, that's the breakpoint. But we're out of bounds index right here first. Out of bounds index on which? On base array bool. So it's not even going to tell us which one. Oh, our last is not anything. We have to set a size for this. So we'll do this on ready, I guess. Aggro last. Resize. Enemy config. Enemy size. Okay, so that's why that happened. Star. So we're working on sorry. Let me explain. Gotta go. Good luck with the game. All right, we're gonna lose. Thank you for hanging out as always. I really appreciate it. We're gonna lose an OG chat from the early days, long ago. So we're working on the enemy behaviors and stuff. We're making them deterministic so that we don't have to, if we're not engaged in some sort of combat where we're changing the variables of the game. It's like that thing where if you observe the universe, you change it, right? So in the case of us not observing not poking the server and interacting with some state on the server, the universe continues to operate as it would have. Do you have any experience with game networking, or are you winging it? I've done networking twice in Godot. The first thing I did was like Catan. That was early days of using Godot back on, or like 3.1 or something. And then I did it at the beginning of this year. With a dungeon crawler thing. I can show you a clip. There's some clips on my stream, my channel. Let me show you some of that. Go to my channel. See how cool I am, you guys. I don't have the servers running anymore. It was a web browser. It was a browser-based game using Godot. And the idea was going to be that I was going to test it that way so that you could just go on the browser, play it with me, try things out. And I may still do this because if I host it on my own servers, I believe I can encrypt the game. So if I can do that, then you guys will be able to play test this game like just from a browser. Anyways, let me show you old some of the old networking stuff that we did. Would be under maybe highlights. I don't know. So this is like the early days. We got an A-player thing going on. This is when I first was testing some things. So let's see. Network error. Are you serious? Lovely. Not by the book. Yeah. Lovely. Not by the book. Yeah, so I've done some of this stuff. But so the browser-based one, I had written a WebSocket server in Godot. So the WebSocket server was actually a Godot session that I had developed. So I had to do the whole TCP, everything for the TCP stuff and the SSL layer and all that stuff in Godot. That was, the SSL stuff was the hardest thing to get going right. Because the Godot docs are bare, there's nothing there. So you really have to kind of figure it out yourself. And so we had the WebSocket server with a lobby. People would create a lobby, join the lobby, and everyone would ready up. And when everyone was ready, it would count down, and then it would create a WebRTC connection to every single browser that was a peer-to-peer connection, so server client, and then to the many peers. And so it was browser-to-browser networked play, and it actually worked. It was incredible. And it would punch through. We take PRs. Are you one of the Godot guys? Oh no. Yeah, the TCP stuff is really thin. The other thing, I don't know if it's been updated, but the kinematic stuff is just completely wrong. It may already have been updated, but from 3 to 4, the kinematic for the bone and kinematic stuff, it's all the old stuff from 3. But that's I would imagine by now that's been updated. I haven't checked though. It's been so long since I've needed to do anything with that. But yeah, so it's hard for me to contribute and be in streaming and all that kind of stuff. So I just don't do that. But anyways, yeah. So the WebRTC, it works great. Godot handles it great. It's magic. And we were even punching holes through, like there was people who were like, I can't even play network games. My NAT won't let it happen. And we were punching holes through their NATs with it. The code, admittedly, my code was like incredibly sloppy. The next stuff will have new version again. Yeah. And it's the same with the new audio stuff is very, it needs, it's very hard to grep. And so I'm staying out of a lot of that new audio stuff just because I know it's going to change and get better. So I'm kind of, one thing I would think maybe would be a good idea in the docs is to be like, look, this is like first pass implementation of this thing. It's expect like, I don't know how you could present it. Like it's going to change a lot. Well, you guys do that in the docs already. So I don't know. It's fine. I love the docs though. It's very compared to, I mean, even compared to like on Unity, like it's far more verbose and deep about everything than pretty much anything else that I've seen, at least for the major engines. Anyways, so yeah, I wish I could show. Maybe I'll try it on. Let me try it on Firefox. Maybe it's this might be my. I have a bunch of ad blockers on the router level. Let me try copying this over. See if this works. Yeah, hang on. Let me check my router. Give me just a moment. I'm thinking we're blocking something here. I'm just going to look at my recently blocked DNS stuff and see if I can catch it real quick. Let's just search for Twitch. Maybe they're using the same domain. Spade Twitch. Yeah, I couldn't. It's probably me. Oh, God, it could be any of these AWS. It probably is AWS because it's Twitch, right? So they're probably using all of their... I wouldn't put it past them, though, to put the VODs on the same thing as... Oh, may I ask what language you're coding your servers on? The server and the client are both in Godot. I'm sorry, in GD script on Godot. I have done C# in Godot before, but I actually kind of came back to GD script mainly because I wanted to make a browser game, and so it kind of forced my hand. CloudFront. Let me see if I can just do a search on the web. Twitch VOD servers. Have I ever tried Go? No, it's C-like. Go's mostly for, I mean, the original intent of Go was for cloud elements, right? I think it's kind of growing beyond that. But I haven't tried Go, no. If I was to try a newer language, it would probably be Odin. which is a memory managed language. So a bit, it's C-like. Oh well, I can't show them right now. I'll figure it out offline. But anyways, imagine me laughing and having fun. A cool little lobby system that looks like you're in a tavern. And then the game starts, and then you're in this like big arena, and you're shooting blast beams at each other and running around in a third-person view with like 8 people jumping around trying to hit each other. And that's kind of like how far I had gotten things. I was testing it from a PvP standpoint just to get the networking elements going. The game was going to be cooperative dungeon crawler though, with like roguish elements. That was the plan, but we moved on. Let me close this out. But yeah, Pira, for me, I'm self-taught with everything. I don't have any CS anything. I'm just like a caveman, just like smashing stone and flint together. Like unga bungaing everything. That's pretty much what I'm doing. Okay. So let's see here. Oh. Okay, so we reached a breakpoint. Why did he fly away? Look at what's happening on the server right now because of the break. It's replaying my inputs because it's a rolling buffer. Isn't that weird? That's a weird bug. So that's going to be a QoS problem that I'll have to fix. But it's cycling through the buffer. So my last 20 inputs were just going again and again and again. Anyways, and the reason why that was happening is because the breakpoint caused the client to stop sending packets. So that's an example of if the client disconnected, what it would look like right now if we had something like that happen, or the client froze or something. Anyways, so we're hitting the break, so that's a good sign that this is going to work. But yeah, so anything, so right now, a lot of the future changes that I need to be doing is this unreliable packet thing is going to be me actually pulling the packet from a lower level in the Godot netcode. This is through an RPC call right now, but it's a packed byte array. So essentially it's a packet, right? I've got it produced as what we'll be sending as a packet. The thing that has to change for this though is ingressing the packets. I'll need to start sending it with a header. So there'll need to be an additional, an additional byte that's like, here's what I am, right? It really only needs to be pretty small, but because of packed byte array, it all needs to be sent in bytes. Jacob, thank you. Yeah. Have a good day, man. So anyway, so that's something that needs to happen here. And this needs to be on the quote unquote client. So what I've been doing is sort of letting go of the concepts of what a game should be when it's a local thing. I'll be lurking. I'm also doing something. All right, the crate. See you around. Enjoy listening, watching. So we're doing that. And then you're seeing these functions: server, clients, client, server. Aggroed would need to be server, for instance. So it's clear that these are in the wrong spot, right? The fact that I'm already naming them this way is a big hint that that this is wrong. So these are going to be separated into client and server. Right now we have something called client that's only processing inputs and sending them off as packets to the server. So I guess it would live in here. I don't know. It's weird, guys. the game state, some things, there's a lot of changes that I'm going to need to make. There needs to be like a husk of an enemy where it's kind of the same idea of an enemy as what it would be on the client side with the mesh and everything, but I can create it on a server. Like, I don't want to have to code 2 of everything, like as far as, oh, I'm making an enemy and this is going to be its behavior and so on and so forth. So I'd like to try and come up with a way where I can kind of see what it's doing all in one spot. But I might just not be able to do that. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, because I can feel the, like, the tension of what I'm doing is growing, and I'm like seeing, because I don't know what I'm doing. You just get going and you kind of go, okay, I'm seeing this thing starting to evolve. This like repeating pattern is coming, and it's like, okay, then it probably should be like this. Is there a way that I can just not have that, or you know different things? Okay, so we have the diaggro. We're going to trust that that works here. Let's see what happens here, guys. So diaggro is going to pull, and this is going to happen instantly. So the minute we're out of the area of the enemy, he's going to, boom, instantly reappear on his little fixed path. So the client is on the top right now. Why is he not? What in the hell's going on right now? Oh, you know what? His state, all kinds of stuff is wonky right now. Oof, we got a million errors here. Let's see what's going on. Removing collision object during a physics 134. So we might need to, and it was a physics callback because it's body entered. So what we need to do is, what's it called? How do you delay await? Can't I, on a function call, can't I say call deferred? Do I say call deferred? And then I say the function? It's the method, called deferred method. And then the next ones are the parameters. So if I call defer this aggro, but why would this is the client. Why would this be happening on the client? Or is it? Enemy 24. Everything's falling apart, boys. We have to defer, and we've already changed the state. Current state is follow, we return, so we're not doing this. But the follow should happen from the aggro. See, like all of this right here, server aggroed is getting called before set state follow. These don't need to be here. And really, aggro is just saying follow. Because right now, we didn't really even have the concept of aggro. So this can go here. Game server aggroed enemy state cannot be assigned to a variable type of node 3D. So we don't have the value when we move it. So we do want to go like this here. Some of this is crap. A lot of this is we're deferring the call for aggro. Server aggroed. And that's because it changes the... So what we could do is defer the... We don't have to do it this way at all. We could go... call this like we did. And on the game code, when we do this side of things, and once we this is definitely once we separate the server out, this wouldn't be a problem, I don't think, but we'll see. So it's the reparent. So call deferred reparent. I hate when you have to put the function name in quotes. It drives me nuts. Call deferred reparent on server aggroed. Man, everything's falling apart right now. It was so good yesterday. Look at how he's just whipping around. So I think he's probably not removing from the thing yet. Do you have to? I'm not sure. It's an error. I'm getting an error about because I'm reparenting the enemy off of the path follow 3D. I'm getting an error because it's happening on it's saying that it's happening on a physics from physics, and therefore I can't do that right now because it's acting like I'm removing the collision body, which is technically happening because I'm reparenting, but I'm not really. So I can bring it back and show the error. So if I put this back, the first error that I'm trying to tackle here, and this is because I'm doing this weird thing where I'm trying to make it deterministic. Oh, you're saying it's not needed for call deferred. Use quotes for functions. Let me see. Method string name. Yeah. I'm going to keep going down this rabbit hole. The potential of a chain, the problem with call deferred is if you have to use it, then there's a chance that you're going to introduce a race condition. So you really want to make sure that you're using it when you need to, and that maybe you should be doing it differently in the first place. Okay, so I think what's going on here, so now we're seeing like a bunch of problems. Let's look at the debugger. I want to look at the scene tree right now. So the errors right now are coming from the server. And you can see on the server we're getting some wildness and then, but let's see what the scene tree looks like right now, because it's acting like it's still on the, and I don't know which enemy it is. It's this one. Okay, what the hell's going on? Physics process. Server deaggro, removing collision objects during a physics callback. So it's the same thing with the deaggro. Is there a way with whoa, that just cleared it up. Now he's moonwalking. Bum bum ticka bum bum ticka bum 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 bum. Scabba dabba dibba dap bop. Okay, let's. Something about our math is wrong for. There's a lot here that's just jank. I'm more concerned about the process of pulling aggro and releasing aggro and getting that right, and then we'll start working on the enemy actually moving the way we want it to. And the problems are only on the server side right now, and it's yelling about our math. So we're doing something with quaternions. This is where my brain can't do any of this stuff, guys. I did start using global position here. I'm only seeing basis and basis and basis. I'm not seeing anything with quaternion. Line 24 right here. I mean, basis is part of quaternions, right? It's the... What's really strange is we're seeing completely different movement on the client side. Like, that's weird, right? So there he is, popped back. His permanent position, okay. I will say that I don't like what I'm doing here. I will say that. I mean, I guess to be sanitary, we could set the enemy position and rotations. You know what? We're next stream, these next couple of nights streams, the nighttime streams, I'm gonna be doing some refactoring. It's time. Cause I can see where I'm chasing things around. It sucks though, because the separation of the server client stuff, when we're reconstructing the SymTick, it's a lot of the same stuff. So I like being able to see them just kind of with each other in code. But I understand why I can't do that, right? Jesus. Must be normalized. So is it saying that we need to normalize this result? When we're setting it? Little doctor, I hope you're doing good, man. Do shout out. Is the server supposed to be this specific like the client? Like, does it need to look at you in the server? Look at you. Well, so when I'm, okay, the server is also a client. So when I start a server here, theoretically, the way that it really should be, and it's not quite there yet, is there's now, okay. And this, let me explain a few things here. So really the way that it should work is when both clients start, they're both starting a server technically, and then they're connecting to that server, and now their local world of the game that they're playing is what it is. Then when they decide to connect to another server, they're releasing their, instance of this server and then connecting the client to another server. So that's the way it should be working. So when you're seeing this stuff, you're seeing the simulation on what I'm saying is the server, which is also the client, on the top screen. And then you're seeing, this is why it's not completely separated, right? Because you're totally right. I think I understand what you're saying. we should be seeing basically the same thing on the client and on what I'm calling the server. And we're not. Hey, little man. You want to say hi to everybody?
And do this.
Oh,
Yeah, dada.
careful. Don't go to the edge. You'll fall off. It's all broken right now. I broke it.
I do.
Hi, dude.
Wait. Bida. Wait. Where's that?
You can move the camera around with this right here. Like that. Okay. Oh, you got up on the top.
Oh no! Oh no! I'm fine still.
All right, bud.
Papa get back to work. I'm not done.
No, Papa needs to work.
I've
Come on.
So,
no.
Cody, you gotta let Papa get back to work. Come on.
But I'm still down there.
Mm-hmm.
so yeah, what we're seeing on the top is what is being simulated by the server. Although, again, if we separate everything, we shouldn't. And I mean, this creates all kinds of problems for me for visualizing, like, because if I can't visualize what's going wrong on the server, I need to be able to do that, right? So, we're going to ultimately have to have a headless version of it, but then we also need to have a version of it where we can kind of look at what it's doing to see, oh, here's what it's in its mind's eye. This is what looks like is happening here. And so maybe we have an argument that we can pass to it where it shows like cubes or something and it just puts something there visually so we can see, oh wow, it's totally messing up this or whatever. Anyways, so yeah, so what's confusing about this is the server is a client, and the top one, what we're seeing is the simulation from the server, and then the client is resulting in something completely different. I think because we're getting close to noon and I'm going to stop soon. But yeah, I'm thinking more and more that I'm going to need to get this separation more clear, because it's kind of all over the place right now. Like what we have called the server right now, this is it. It's really simple. And all this is doing is it receives a packet. It decodes the bytes. And it processes the inputs here. So we're using physics process so that our local client inputs and the server inputs are being on the same metronome, so to speak. And then it sends the packet. So here it executes the inputs for the connected clients. Then here on the tick, on the server tick, it sends out the simulation packet. That comes all the way over to here to game, right? Probably not where it should be. The idea of game also, I'm not sure anymore. Game is really server, right? So a lot of this stuff probably going to end up over on server. And then this moment here, this is definitely going to go on client, where we receive packets from the server, and then we execute a version of those events to reconstruct them on the client side. Where they're happening on the server side is a little bit more involved with collisions and things like that. But again, it's like some of that stuff has to be on the client side as well, because we want what the player is seeing and what happens to be their truth too. That's where it gets a little confusing for me about, like, I can't have complete separation from some of these ideas where we still need colliding bodies and stuff on the client side in order for, like, I hit them, I swear I did, like that kind of thing to still work right. Where we're checking collisions on the client side and saying to the server, hey, this hit happens. But actually, we don't even need to do that, because I don't know. That's gonna get a little weird, because we're only sending inputs, right? So we fake the hit for the player immediately? I don't know. We'll see. Everything's the inputs. If we're trusting what we're seeing, I don't know. It's about, we're going to get there, guys. It's just this, a lot of this is so weird. It's all so new to me. The one thing I like about collecting inputs that I'll say is that it does make that part of the process like a local co-op. I love you too, Minnie. I have no formal education about it, the networking stuff, but I understand only the client is this precise for the simulation, and the server only corrects the basics like hit detection and position, while the client just assumes the future. Yeah, I think that's what we have to do. There's a really good talk about Halo Reach from Bungie on GDC that talks a lot about this stuff, but you're always kind of fighting what the player is expecting to be right, and what the server is getting with that data and simulating, right? And so the server ultimately always has to be the truth, but where there's like an art to animating something, right? Having an attack with a wind up so that you're saying to the server, I'm attacking, and everything can kind of figure out properly, like wind up times, cooldown times, and stuff like that, to mask a lot of the problems with, like, what is the truth. And you're always dealing with this problem of cascading. So the client inputs are in some version of the server simulation that's technically the past to the server. And so you have this upwards to the client based on some amount of delay, and the client back down to the server based on some amount of delay. Yeah, I'll have some left over, sweetie. Right. We're not doing PvP. So for that, we don't have to worry about as much of this. Right now, what I'm feeling the strain of code-wise is, I would prefer to be able to do this, what we're seeing here. Client aggroed, server aggroed, so that I can see what's happening to both. Like when the server simulation aggroes, this is what it's doing. And then when the client goes, oh, I'm aggroing something, this is what it's doing. And I can just see the two. But then for a headless solution, I think it would still be fine, because we would only fire the server stuff, right? But then we have this other problem of, there's a lot to think about. It's definitely a wash the dishes kind of problem to think about. I think the answer will come to me when I'm raking leaves or something, you know? Questions for the 8-ball? Should I separate the server from the client code? That's my question, Minnie. Ask the 8-ball. So Purelin, what aspects of the Godot project are you working on? If you don't mind my asking. I'm making documentation. Oh, okay. Yeah, like I said, the docs are generally like very, very good. It's one of the reasons why way back in the day I was messing around with Game Maker, and I got the docs in Game Maker are so like sometimes they don't even link. Very doubtful, says Minnie. But the documentation is what pulled me to Godot. Because the docs were so good. And I mean, I'm constantly, you see it when I'm streaming. I'm constantly doing this where I prefer to look at the docs on the website. So I'm always like bringing it up here. And I'm constantly in here. But like, I mean, yeah, I remember going from getting started and just reading all of this and then getting through all of this. And then it was right when I got to scripting here where it was like, oh, this is the language stuff. And then it was like, okay, now I can fly. But I don't know. I do worry about, with the docs, I worry about the comments on the bottom supplementing the documentation itself. And that they're not evergreen. So that this can become stale. A bit like having a very, but I don't know if this updates with like different doc version numbers or not. But I do worry about this becoming like stale information and old, like the comments. But yeah, no, the docs, it's all about it, man. No, it's always the same, but yeah, we'll have problems in the future. Yeah, it's a bit like, because what happens, it's a bit like a Stack Overflow, like an old, you know. Also, is it sorted backwards? I think the older stuff is new, right? Yeah, if the default was to sort with new first, that might help. Yeah, it looks like the default is oldest. It also has the danger of becoming a stackish overflow thing where people start using it like, hey, I'm having this problem. But no, it's great. What was the thing I was talking about? It was anyways, we get back to Already happening, but yeah, it gets moderated. But I guess it would need to clean up in some time. Yeah, it's more like they're just sometimes, over time there's going to be a comment on there that's no longer true. So like some sort of like pruning, like an annual pruning or something, or maybe on major point, not like a 5.0, but like a 4.6 and whatever. But that's a lot to like keep track of. But it's useful to have those comments because some people just aren't going to want to contribute as much as being like, hey, this is actually like this. Anyways. But yeah, I do like being able to, personally, I like being able to see, okay, when it aggros, here's what the server does, here's what the client does. And when it de-aggros, here's what the server does, here's what the client does. And when there's a mine, here's what the server does, here's what the client does. It's that sim tick. Well, let's think about this. So we're planning our next steps right now as we end the stream. We're still working on this. We got distracted this morning. We were talking a lot, which is fine. But we still need to work on the de-aggroing and everything like that. We're having this issue with movement. Everything about the enemy movement right now just isn't right. We're a physics body that we're manually setting its position. So that's kind of a problem, right? So we need to fix that. Our movement should be using move and slide or whatever, right? So because we're a character body 3D. And right now you can see here on our physics process we're setting our position when our state is follow. Accordingly. So in a broader sense, there's a few things. There's a lot of mixing happening here, for instance. So there's certain things that are getting, like right here we have if we're a server or not, and if the body enters or exits. I think if we're gonna separate, we need to do it now rather than later. I think we're getting to that point. So what we need to do is have a version of an enemy that exists in the server sim and have a version of the enemy that exists on the client side. I don't think so. Here's an example of something that was really hard for me to grasp. This problem reminds me of it, which was when I started sending inputs, I was sending the vector 2 for the analog stick. And we were using that to translate the character's position. And I was having the hardest time understanding how to do camera rotation combined with the character movement if I was only sending inputs. And the reason why that was hard for me to understand was since we were doing the server and client stuff, because the camera rotation was like this float value. Thank you. And the camera has this collision element where it can get you know, if there's a body in front, if there's a mesh in front of it, it'll pop forward. But it was just like, how do I do it? How do I send the like camera information across the line? And finally, as I got it going, I realized that I just do the rotation of the player's movement first from the local camera perspective, because we want forward to be forward from where the camera is behind the player, right? We do all that first, and then we send that across as the input, and then it fixed everything. But before I was like, oh my God, I need more bytes, and I have to do this, and I have to do that, and I send it across, and I'm still getting, like, it's still slightly off and all this shit. But once I did that, it solved everything. And that was the kind of thing where I was avoiding even moving the camera around, because for some reason my brain just couldn't figure it.
Huh?
And that's how I'm feeling right now, between this like tension of the clients and the server. I still think we need collidable bodies and everything on the client side, because we need to be able to, when the client is attacking, have that instant feedback, right? And I have this idea of synchronizing the player's inputs, delaying the actions. When we aggro an enemy, the server tells the client, hey, the enemy is going to attack at this tick, and then that way, when and we're synchronizing it in a way where the input stream that's coming from the client lines up exactly with when the client is seeing the enemy do its thing, so that the actions of the inputs of the enemy, of the client, are exactly the same as what the client would be seeing from the server's tick sims, from the tick sims. Anyways, what I'm saying is there's a lot to think about. And I'm trying to think about, like, planning, what do we plan for the next stuff on this? Because there's something wrong right now. I promise, Pierlin, that'll be the last time I pester you about Godot stuff. Be like, well, here's what I think. I already fell at the basic, what should the server simulate and what it shouldn't. Yeah, I mean, so that part's kind of easy with when you're collecting inputs. So for me, the question of when I send the simulation packet back, it's like, how little information can I send to the client and reconstruct what is going on? Because we want to blast RPC, we want to blast UDP packets, just like blah, here you go, like consistent. Oh, it's broken right now, Minnie. I've gotten it, so we're so broken right now. Super broken. It's weird though, because I don't know what I did today that could have really hampered it so much. Like, looking at it. See if we can figure it out. So we're not. Let's check this client side. So this is not firing. You know what? Let me try it. Okay, hang on. Let's try it straight from the server. So we'll start the server, connect. Let's try moving the server up there. Nothing. And I think it's complaining right now because it's not removing itself from the follow 3D. And we're seeing that right now. So this call deferred for reparent is not doing what we're wanting. So the main problem right now is if we try to fire reparent, it's giving us an error about, it's a physics error. Yeah, I added that in there. It really doesn't need to be there. Because when we're de-aggroing, that's when we set it back to 0 because we're putting it back on path follow. So that's probably part of the issue. But you see that it's still following path follow. That's why he's kind of going all over the place. Like he's trying to get to me. God, what happened? What happened? It was working so good yesterday when we're getting this going. Okay, let's try no connection, just playing the game. And then we're seeing just a barrage of errors. Removing a collision object node during a physics callback is not allowed and will cause undesired behavior. Remove with call deferred instead. Okay. So it's a race condition, just like I was suspecting. It's a race war. We're shoot. So we're hitting a race condition. Okay. We want to call defer the entire thing before. So I was trying to do it in there. But if we call defer the thing that we're doing, which is de-aggro or aggroing, then we get out of the physics element. So let's call defer aggro here. Instead. Okay. See if this does it. See how it's like if we're right on the edge? Part of this is when we de-aggro, it's happening immediately. We don't have a timer for it. So it's pulling out of, if there's ever a moment when and it can happen because it's a collision body, where we enter and exit the collision, because it kind of has to rotate to meet us, right? And as it starts to do that, it then de-aggros because it's now outside of our collision space. So we need a cooldown for the de-aggro, because if we don't have that, then it immediately tries to go back, but then it recollides, and then it goes back, and it recollides, and goes back, and recollides. So that's what's happening there. So let's see. What time is it? We're already a little past noon. Can't you just disable the path follow or something? The problem is, I mean, I guess we could. The reason why we're not doing that is because path follow is meant to be this deterministic thing that's always the same. But I guess we could stop processing. And it's based off of a. Yeah, I thought of that too yesterday, but I kind of rejected it. I didn't even say it out loud. But I rejected it just because I was like, I'm not sure how I would do this. Because the way that I'm doing the path follow thing right now to make it deterministic or the same for both the client and the server is we create this tween that's on a loop for the path follow to go around, this thing. And eventually it's going to get more complex where it literally tweens like a stop and the enemy is doing something and so on and so forth. But anyways, we do have a scrub the tick here. We could pause the tween, and then when we unpause, scrub back to our tick. So if we did that, all right, we're gonna try it. Let's try and get this figured. Oh no, it's not available anywhere. No. Give me a second here. We're gonna rewrite this. Soldierman, how's it going? Yeah, so we're going to try what you were suggesting. I just have to kind of restructure some things here. So I'm getting it kind of situated really quick. Okay. So now scrub. Oh, this is totally broken. We don't do that. Tween is created, but the property callback uses a wrong missing node reference. Are you just reading my the missing? It uses wrong missing node reference. I don't know what you're talking about. It's up here. It says var tween. I'm setting it on it's looping forever. So I now have a reference to it up here in the global. Because sometimes I'm going to need to be able to pause and start this tween. That's what we're working towards that right now. So hopefully that helps explain what's going on there. That's why we have the scrub to tick thing. So on, we can scrub to a tick. So, when we get a server tick, the client and the server both have this tween thing going, and they're both going to be at different times, right? But once a client connects to the server sends a SIM packet to the client gets that SIM packet and scrubs to that tick. The core issue is that the tween is being created and used correctly, but the property callback references an identifier path follow. It does exist. It's being assigned here. So I could explain further, but basically we have this enemy path here. We drag an enemy into here, and here we assign the enemy here. Then when enemy path is instantiated or added to the scene, this here executes. We check to make sure an enemy exists. If the enemy exists, if it doesn't exist, we assert an error. Then we assign the path and the follow here. So those do exist, but it might not because the scene tree is built backwards, right? But it is set in our export here, so it should be available. Anyways, back to what I'm doing. I'm just trying to get it all in one place instead of in this enemy path thing and then back on enemy as well. And I might end up changing my mind and just putting it back where it was. But like, if we're gonna be starting and stopping this, then that's what we'll do. Because we're trying to get rid of this whole reparent thing and stopping this. So now we need a way on an enemy to pause. I don't know what we call it. Pause sim or something. Or pause. We're okay. I'm pretty confident this is fine. Location line 11. Line 11. Line 11. You mean way down here? I don't see anything wrong here. Path time will exist. I'll allow that. It does exist. You have to trust me on this. Enemy path, enemy path. Here's enemy path. Enemy path has time. We're okay. Oops. Now I screwed something up. Oh, crap. What did I break? Oh, game's broken right now, so okay, we're gonna ignore that. And keep in mind, I am in the middle of a refactor, so it's a little hard to have the chat be a little delayed on what I'm doing and telling me something's wrong when I'm actually in the middle of a refactor, so a lot of things are going to be wrong. So it's a little hard to work that way. It's kind of like someone's standing right over your shoulder, but they're also, what they see you doing is delayed by a certain amount of time. So I don't know, pause. We're going to need some names, some real names for these ideas at some point. I'm going to call it pause sim, and then we're just going to say tween pause. Okay. And then again, I don't see set loops. Why would I set loops? Set loops is an integer value. Same root clause. What? I'm not doing what you're saying. Tween set loops path follow. I'm not doing that. Again, you're chasing me in the middle of a refactor. So I may be like, I'm not troubleshooting a problem right now. I I appreciate you helping, but I'm not like doing anything involving like okay, to explain, path is declared as a var, but enemy 3D or custom class has no member follow or follow 3D. I do have it. It's right here. Path follow 3D. I assign my enemy to follow equals path follow 3D. Enemy dot path equals self. It's all assigned right here. Okay? It's the parent of this child. I think we're okay. I'm just going to continue on. All right. We're okay. I keep saying it, but I mean, I appreciate it, but it is the backseating, this level of backseating is not helpful for me because I am in the middle, like I'm saying, I'm in the middle of a refactor, and so I can't constantly defend a few seconds. Like, I'm not done yet. So let me finish and then we can see if anything's wrong. But I don't know yet, even because I haven't even run the code. So you may be right, but I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Okay. This might not even work though in general. So if we start, we want to scrub to a tick though. This is where I don't like this. Start sim. Oh, you're right. I saw pause, start sim. So that's right. I'll take that one. Okay. So if we start sim, oh God, I don't know if I like this. All right, hang on a second. I got to use the restroom. No, I always appreciate input, but there is a kind of like immediacy in what I'm doing and saying, do this, do this, do this, do this, that does make it really hard for me to get in a flow state. And sometimes especially if I'm in the middle of a refactor, there may be reasons why I'm doing what I'm doing, that aren't apparent yet. One thing that I can do, for instance, though, is we can go like this. We don't need to set this here. We can delete this altogether and grab it straight from enemy path. Might as well rename enemy path to enemy path as well. No, path is fine because we're an enemy. So now if we do this here, we can say path. But now see, we're repeating ourselves, path, path, follow. It's the same idea though, right? This is identical. Oh, you're talking about the callback. I see. But still the same thing, really. Path follow 3D. So we're not setting up a pointer on the other deal here. You know what? We're going to rename it to follow. So over on enemy path, this will be follow. That way we're just not saying path, 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 path. And that's going to break our scene tree. We're going to keep going down this route, although I don't like where we're heading. Okay, so that fixes that. And yeah, I'm not a fan of where this is leading to. but hopefully we'll see the other end of it and like it when we get there. Okay. They don't, but again, let me explain. I on my okay. I have follow here. Right? Now we're on enemy path. Enemy path has enemy. That's this that has follow. Over here is where we were assigning, if we roll back, we were assigning enemy paths pass follow 3D to enemy follow. Therefore, it would exist here. The parent was telling the child some information about that stuff. But ultimately, since we're setting path to self, right, we don't need to assign our follow. We don't even need follow because we can grab it from here. But we're going to rename it to follow here, like this. Go back over here. And now we have to say path dot follow, and we'll be okay. So that's a little bit less stuff, I guess. And let me double check to see that we didn't break the scene. Everything is all still set up here. Okay. So anyways, it should work. We'll see. But our problem is this scrub idea. So the problem here is that when we de-aggro, we need to force ourselves to scrub to the current Okay, and a lot of this might not work just because of a number of reasons. Scrub to tick, sim. How do we get the tick? Server de-aggro happens here. A lot of this is shit. Wrong error. Okay. Can you just keep going? Sorry, it's very not what I'm thinking about right now. Why would it need to be a range though? I still count correctly. It's an integer. That I've never had a problem with it before. But But give me a moment here and we'll look at that. You cannot type variables inside a for loop. And you cannot iterate over an integer directly. Well, I can. I don't know what to tell you. It works. So you're saying over somewhere over here. Yeah, I do this all the time. This is an integer. In GDScript, you cannot type variables inside a for loop. Yeah, you can. As a matter of fact, I have to. Yeah, I'm set up where I have to do this. I require it as one of my parameters for GDScript. What's the problem here? It's starting to feel like it. Because it's way too fast and it's... I mean, I'm still in the middle of a refactor and we're getting really distracted right now with things that we're saying aren't going to work, but are working and so on. So let me just continue on. Returns a -1. What if I can trust that I know that it's always going to be right? Because of how I've got things set up. And this is going to change because, again, I'm in the middle of a refactor. So it'll be okay. I promise you. I know the size of what I'm doing. Index -1. There's no index -1 here. What do we Right, but again, if I know that it will find something because I know how my code is made, right? And I know that it will find something. It's never going to return a -1. I don't have to do the check. I could, but I don't have to because I know it will exist. Does that make sense? Because of other things that I do when I program. So I can trust that it'll exist because of other things that are going on here. So I could do the check, but I'm not going to. I know what you're talking about. I know that find returns -1 if it doesn't find anything. I totally get that. But also, eventually, here's what I also know that I'm not saying. This is going to be an integer eventually. I know that I'm going to do that. And so when that happens, it'll just look like this. I'll rename it to enemy index, and it'll look like this. Eventually. I'm not there yet because I'm in the middle of designing some stuff and I'm just going fast. But eventually that's what it'll look like. So I'm sort of like already there. But I also know, for instance, that our enemies are sized and exist as a bool. As a enemy aggro is sized the same way enemies is sized. So I know that they're identical in size and they are going to stay that way because I'm never subtracting or adding to those arrays. So because of that, I'm not going to need to do, and I also know, yeah, but anyways, it will eventually be just using an index. Because I would prefer never to have to do a find in the first place. If I know the index, then bam, we always get the same thing. And then we don't have to do a lookup or anything. Like we don't have to do this find statement. I normally don't do these at all because my code is never shaped in a way where I need to. But in this case, I'm kind of slapping something together to try to get it going. And then once I have it going, then I go in and I do a clean pass on it. But this is more like me coding fast, me make mess. This is just Grug going. But yeah, I appreciate the input. But sometimes it's a little like, it's a bit much. It's a bit much. Anyways, we'll continue on. It's also hard to always be on the defensive with your code, where you're kind of having to explain certain things all the time. But I like, I'm not opposed to input and stuff like that. It's just sometimes it can be a little overwhelming to, anyways, because also I'm explaining a bunch of stuff and I'm not in flow. I'm constantly getting bumped out of flow. I'm sorry, Master. No, it's all right. It's all right. I don't have any notes about backseating, so it's fine. But no, I will say I don't like a lot of what I'm doing right now. It's all shit. This is all shit. Yeah. Ah, fuck. See, the thing I'm worried about, Purelin, is the tweens getting slightly off over time. This is all kinds of wrong. I think I'm gonna have to stop and end the stream though, because I'm not gonna have time. I'm not gonna have time to finish this, and I think we need states that we're not doing. I don't want to stop the. I don't want to stop the path follow. So, Soldierman, the main thing that I'm dealing with is we're trying
How
to.
How much time is wasted?
We're trying to create deterministic movement. And right now we're having to. We have this. Okay, so the enemy is on this fixed path. They're going around doing their thing. It's the same for the client and server. We don't have to send packets because we know we're on the same tick for this movement around some sort of thing, right? Once the enemy gets aggroed, the server then is telling the clients, here's what the enemy is doing. We take it off of the path follow and put it just right here, right? And then when we're done, we put it back on the path follow. So there's some issues with this, being that the enemy is a is a physics body, and we're doing this during a it sends fire when there's a physics step, because that's how we keep things in sync. So we try to do a call to fur. Anyways, it creates some kinds of weirdness. No, I agree. I would prefer to not have the possibility of a race condition at all. I'm with you 100% on that. I am now wishing that with path follow, you could have a Boolean that says stop. Just, hey, take a break. Like, don't do it. Like, if somebody's telling you, your progress is this or whatever, just don't listen to it. I wish we could do that. Is there a way on path that we could do some? No, because we're setting the path follow. Oh. Could I override path follow with my own custom thing? I guess I could. Because then I could have a bool, and then when we set, whenever progress or progress ratio is set, if there's a flag on path follow that says, hey, don't listen to me right now, then we could just not set those values. That's one way we could do it. We could override path follow, the setters on it, and do it that way. Basically making our own custom path follow. That would probably be cleaner than everything else. Maybe have a different variable still going, and when the tween is paused, while the variable continues to cycle. So we could do that. What happened here? A tiny character in the middle. I am ready to fight. He's ready to go. He kind of looks exasperated, like he just finished running. Now, I definitely appreciate the input, Soldierman, and to compliment you, you were going so fast that it did feel like it was a bot. It was like, Jesus, I'm getting spammed with like input. So you're catching stuff extremely, and you're typing everything that I had in my code very fast. It's impressive. For sure. I think I like the idea of inheriting path follow 3D and creating my own and overriding the setter and going that way. So I think I might do that. We might make a custom path follow because we're trying to create behavior here that it doesn't want to do. We're fighting the engine right now, right? So we're trying to get things to act certain ways that it doesn't do that, right? So maybe that's the route we go. We're now an hour past when I was going to stop. I'm going to keep going. Let's do it. So we're going to go. This is going to be a little weird at first. Inherits path follow 3D. And we're going to call this enemy path follow. Is that redundant? It is. It is, but it has to be prepended with something. I mean, we could call it enemy follow. Okay. And now we're going to give it a class name. Enemy path follow. Okay. And then we're going to change this to that class. And then we'll change type enemy follow, path follow. Oh, shit. And then we're going to get rid of this. The script is now implied. Okay. So now we have this enemy, we have this path follow, and we'll call it enemy follow. Enemy path follow. Okay. And now we just override the setter. So here's the two things we need to do. Ignore. So we're going to have a var here called ignore progress updates is a bool. And then we're going to override set. Okay. And if the property is either, so we're going to match property. And if it is progress or progress ratio, and we only match and change it so it's probably a better way of well, we need to know ahead of time. If ignore progress updates, return. Yeah.
I have to go get the grocery pickup. I'm just gonna take the kids with me since you're still on.
Okay.
It's just
Okay. 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 Thank you. And set. I guess we say false because we didn't set anything. I don't know. We have to return a bool somehow. Do we return? What does the return value indicate? That it was set? And then we have to set the value. So by default, we're going to say property value. We have to be careful about this. So now we have to get, now we actually have to get the actual property by the string name and set it. I don't know how to do this. I haven't done this. It's under object, right? So the reason why I'm doing it this way is the tween can just keep firing. And it's going to go, hey, I'm setting this value. And then the path follow is like, sure you did, bro. Yeah, okay. Like, you know, it's just going to kind of ignore it. Because we get to say, hey, path follow, just ignore any updates you're getting. Yo, Fiera, hope you're doing good. Assigns a value to a given property. If the property does not exist or the given values type does not match, nothing happens. Now, to confirm, I'm going to return true here. God, so much is rewritten right now. I don't even know if I can run the code. Set. Everything's broken right now, guys. Everything's broken. Let's roll this all back for now. Okay. And is it going to work? We shit the bed. Line 22. Oops. GG22. Oh, everything's going to be busted now because follow needs to be updated here. And it's the wrong kind of follow now. It needs to be enemy path follow. Okay, good. So, and we go like this. Save it. There we go. 22. Enemy. So is that not... Oh, is this what you were talking about? Let's see. Now, this might be happening too soon. Because we're doing it on ready. This is what I was talking about. The scene tree is built backwards. But it's an export. Is path null when we start here? Let's see. Ironically, we might have to defer the... Well, that's weird because we're not... Hang on a second here, boys. Path. Percent path. Why is it read only? It is null. It's a race condition. Now we're in a different race condition. We could just put it back on enemy path. I just don't like it there. I don't like it there. But who cares where it is, right? Enemies before path. Yeah, because of the tree. I thought being that it was an export and I was telling it exactly what it was, that would be okay. Right? But it would need to be on ready, and we can't have both. We can't do an export and on ready. Damn it. I really don't want this tween to be elsewhere, but okay. Okay. It's a race war. Makes me think we're not even going to need now can we could do scrub the tick. We could do this through it's stupid if I do that. Fine. So let me do a shout out to Soldierman. Technically, we ended up showing that the race was each loop moves from start to end and then instantly jumps back to start at the end of the frame or at the start of the next loop, causing an apparent static position path beginning. Oh, I'm not troubleshooting. This isn't a tool, so he's not going to move on the scene at all, if that's what you're talking about. Okay. Scrub the ticks back on there. I don't like this. Lame. Lime. Ludicrous. Ludicrous. Okay. So set progress ratios firing. So we see the set. Are the enemies moving in the background? No, because we aren't setting the property. So we have to turn the string name back into the actual property value. What? How do we do that? Does anyone know how to do that? So if I get rid of this override, it'll be fine. And the enemies will start moving. But how do we see? So there they go, right? But how do we, if we're going to override a set, we're getting a string name instead of an actual reference to the property. How do we take a string without doing a giant match statement of every possible property? How do we take that string and turn it back into a reference to a property? I can't even fathom how to do that. Does anyone know? I guess I'll look it up. Godot get property reference from string. How do you do that? Get retrieves the value of the named property, but not the property itself. What the fuck? Let's look at get. I'm deep in the weeds right now, guys. Okay, get returns the value. Okay, so it's get. So here's what we do. So by default, we say get property equals value. Okay? Only identifier, attribute access, and subscription access can use as assignment target. Var prop variant equals get property prop equals value. Local prop is declared but never used in the block. What the fuck are you talking about? It's right down here, boy. It's right down here, boy. It doesn't work. Okay, so that's fine. Soldierman, are you a bot? Because obviously, if I feel like if you're following along, wouldn't you know I'm in the middle of writing this code and we're just trying to. I'm saying exactly what I need right now. I'm so confused right now, soldier. Are you human? Say taco. Say taco. Is it super property value? I've never even heard of super. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I'm in the middle of writing code. So I'm just trying to explain. I get that I'm not I get that. I get it. I'm trying to figure out, okay, my problem right now is we have a reference to a property by a string name. What I'd love for you to help me with is how do I assign the value to a property if only I have the reference of it by a string name? How do I get the property? That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. I get that the value isn't being assigned. It's because I don't know how to assign the property. So help me with that. Ah! Super. What the hell is super? Yeah, hang on. The set map is virtual. So I say it is implemented in the node or something, and super calls the parent method. Oh, super. Doot-doot-doot-doot-doot. So, but okay, but what would I do with super? Super property value? Super. Where are you seeing super? Where would I look up the docs on super though? Is there something higher than object? Func set. But that won't set the property. That's why they don't move when we're trying to assign it. So we still have to actually set the property, because otherwise, if we don't set it, whenever we override set and do nothing or just return true or whatever, nothing will update ever on that object whatsoever. Oh, underscore get. Customize behavior of get. No, that's not what we want to do. Is there an example here? Internal data. Here we go. It's called, we reference override this method to customize the behavior of set. Should the property to value, should set the property to value and return true or false if the property should be handled normally. The exact way to set the property is up to the method's implementation. Oh. So you're saying I say superset. So I say, when I want to set it, I say superset and then value. Like that. Can I call the parent class virtual function set because it hasn't been defined? So it ends up referring back to this? No. No, property and value. So then I would use get property. It's not defined. I know, soldier. I see it too. Ah! You know who would know how to do this is Obsidian. It's right here, though. We know what it is because we extend it. What is the point of this override? If it seems to only let us override we can't do that because progress is already a reserved word from our. Maybe return false, that is the default. Let's try that. Maybe you're right. or says to, oh wait, it's still going. Hang on, let's set it to true. And now it's not. Dude, you got it. It's the opposite of what we thought. Okay, so then I just uncomment this and I say return true here. That was it. Let's read the docs one more time to see why I misunderstood this, Mr. Doc Man. I'm kidding. Okay, hang on. G7CC. No, undo. GC. No, 7GCC. There we go. Okay, so now we should ignore, if we have ignore progress updates to true, why don't we do this too? Then we don't need the if statement. We just say, then we need to change the name here because it's a flip of the bool. So we just do this, exclamation point. Because I think ignore is a better word for us as a human. So we flip the bool value here. So now it's true if it's false. So that it continues to run. Is there something about having a negative in a value in a bool that's a bad idea for a variable name? I don't know. So right now, false, it would continue on because it's kind of a double negative when you think about it. Is it? Did I do something wrong? Let's reload. Oh, we are inlined. False is what we, okay, so we want, okay, let me wrap my brain around this. How about we call it update progress? And the default value will be true. And now we need to flip it. Okay, let's reload. Okay. So now we have an update progress variable that we can flip on and off. So on our enemy, so here's another problem though. We want to scrub. We did it. Let me do a shout out. Soldierman is so fast on the draw that it's like the terrain alert. Terrain alert. And I'm like, I know. We're about to crash. Okay. Damn it. Oh no, I'm so stupid. Oh my god, we don't need. Oh my god. We don't need this ever again. Except when the client connects. Did you know that random access memory is expensive now because we get to see stuff like Techno Viking dressed as Gandalf walking through the Shire? Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty soon they're going to own all of computing and sell it back to us. It's going to be awesome. Loan. Yeah, you're right. We'll get to rent it. Okay. So then for the aggro, here's all we have to do. This is sweet. Check this out, boys. We say, oh shit. So now we do need path on, okay, hang on. So that's good. We do need a reference to path. Enemy path. Okay. We're getting there. We're almost there. That's all we got to do now. Enemy path follow update progress equals false. And then when we de-aggro, we reset ourselves. Our enemy position goes back to 0. And then we do true. That's it. Okay. So we still need this scrub to tick. We need to fire this on game. Okay, guys, we're almost there. I appreciate everyone's help. Soldierman, thank you for trying to keep me in line, even though I'm very aggressively fighting back. It's just too fast, damn it, man. Okay. Okay. What happens now? So we're probably still going to have following issues because we don't have a cooldown on the path follow stuff. But he should go back. So on the server, he's going back, but not on the client. Do you see how he snapped back? Boom. And he goes back to wherever the sim was happening. So we're almost there already. Errors are firing on both ends. Error about normalizing a vector. Okay, so now we have a logical issue. This is better. We're in the land of the sane. It's a damn it's just a math. Looking at is a static function, but was called from an instance. Instead, it should be directly called from the type. Okay, so that means, whoop, whoop. What happened? That means we want to say basis looking at. Like that. You didn't catch that one, soldier man. Huh? Huh? So soldier man's my antagonist. He's only trying to help, and I'm like, fuck off. I'm just imagining being wrong as my superpower. uh oh! It's so weird how aggressively. Okay, let's check the client. It's still being pulled out of the we don't want that. We're not doing that anymore. So something is dethroning it from its little perch. That's weird. Did I not save one of the files? No, I did. Why is it getting moved out of its spot? Let's do a global search for reparent. $38. Oh, here it is. Huh. Okay. Come and get me. Okay. Hey, hey. Okay, well, it's resetting proper, so there's still some logic between the server and the client that's not quite right. I did get rid of that reparent that you mentioned. We caught that one. Yeah, that's actually what we want. I think we should set the timer on when we de-aggro so that it counts down to, okay, now it's been long enough. Let's go back to where we were. And then it's going to end up, it should always end up exactly where it was. And one way to check that everything's still working well, right. So there's like a countdown of saying like a state saying going to de-aggro. And then we count down, and when the timer ends, we say, hey, are we aggroed or not? If the answer is no, well, and we have to reset the timer every time we aggro again or stop it. So timer aggro. Right. That's why we have to have a delay before we remove aggro. Because if we do it immediately when the body has left, because we're like these sphere shapes, sometimes it's going to like, I think it's contributing to part of this like jittering thing. So I want to try and get this going first just to see if that's part of it. And then and then we can go from there. I think we're seeing the same things, for sure. And we're going to connect to a timeout. Aggro. Timeout. Or timeout aggro. Otherwise, we effed. We'll see. We'll see. We'll get it. Okay, so and our states are kind of wrong right now. But we'll figure out what we should call everything. So if the timer times out, then we do this stuff. And we start the timer. We start and stop the timer here. timer aggro start, and then we need some time. Time to de-aggro. We'll say 2 seconds. Okay. And then if our body entered, we reset aggro. This is wrong. There's a million reasons why this is going to create other bugs. I can see it already, but we're going to ignore that for now. Stop. So stop does not fire the timeout, right? Also like paused. Unlike start, this can safely be called if the timer is not inside the scene tree. Wait, do I not have to add timers to the scene tree? Wouldn't that cause an orphan? I'm not going to follow that rabbit hole any further, but okay. So let's set a breakpoint here to make sure we reach this. And we'll start up again. Now the break should fire only on the server. So even though I aggro from client, so I'm going to go away. 1, 2. Okay. That's a good sign. So let's see if this works. Go back, start, connect. He's coming after me. I'm running away. I run away. 1, 2, goes back. Okay, he's floating. Why is he floating here? So when we de-aggro, are we not setting the Okay, hang on. It looks like a teacup. Client de-aggro. We are resetting the enemy. Let's look at the scene tree and figure out. So I'm the client on the bottom. Oh, I know what's going on. We are not clearing the resource simulation yet. We haven't done that. Well, we got it. We did it. Thanks to everybody for the help. Purelin, Soldier Man, even though I was aggressively against any input from Soldier Man. It was just too much, okay? I couldn't do it. So when we're de-aggroing here, this is so sim so we always only want to use sim data in here. So resource sim, we could start at the beginning. We're resetting sim every time, right? There's a lot of stuff that's janky here, guys. We're gonna work on it. Cause like we're setting the sim thing here. There's all kinds of jank here, guys. He's still floating around on the outside. Look at him go. Okay, hang on. Let me look at the scene tree. Which one is it? It's one of these bad boys. So the Y, we're too high on the Y. Look at that. Oh, that's because those are the ones up higher. Derp. Let's go over to client session and look at the values we have here. There's our problem. And that's because the tick happened. It shouldn't happen anymore. It's not going to update because it's not clearing it on the tick. Because we don't update every enemy. But now it shouldn't happen again because of how we're... get this guy to come after us. It's still wrong. Look at how weird the update is because of the origin is now wrong. Okay, we're almost there, boys. So, client Diagro. Diagro. So again, if I set this back, this is the problem. See, now we're mirrored exactly the same. So it's like when I'm doing this setter here. Why is this a problem? Why is this not? It's acting like this isn't firing. Let's set a break here. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not firing right on the client side. No, that's a server parameter. That's the one truth. That's why they're always a little different. Okay, so we are hitting that. This is weird. Let's do this. We'll print enemy pause rot. Enemy position. Enemy rotation. Paste it in. And let's just confirm that it is getting changed. At least in that moment in time. Oh, you know what it is? I know where the problem is. So yeah, here we're seeing it reset, but you know what's setting it back? Is this some bitch right here? We are not resetting state to none if we de-aggro. So we want to... This is why our states are all effy, and we need better state names, and conceptually some of these are screwy. Because we're still on state follow, technically. So this is doing some sort of assignment here. So if we time out aggro and we set state to none, and actually it'd be best if we did this right away. and then we fire this off. Oh, but this physics process isn't happening on the server side though, so that can't be it. But the state is wrong on the server. Okay, this isn't gonna fix it. Man, you have to think so weird with netcode. Like your brain. Something is resetting it. We don't need it because we know the delta. Physics process has a fixed delta. And so we're using that knowledge. We don't need to grab it. And actually we do use it over here. So we can do that. But we actually don't. Physics delta is the same every time. Although I imagine there could be some long process step where you end up with a different delta. The client diagro. Diagro is down here. That's why I'm doing this print statement to see if we're resetting the enemy rotation and position. What if we do... So it might be that there's enough of a delay between... Maybe we should update progress to true. But where is it called? In game? You mean when? It's called up here. So client deaggro. So this happens if the enemy aggro is set to false and the last aggro does not equal our current aggro, meaning we were changing from false. We were changing from true to false. And actually, because of how Boolean comparisons work, we would want to do this first because this is the most likely one to be true or false before the other one. So like we don't want to check this one all the time because most of the time this is going to be true. So this is the one that determines whether we continue on. I think that would be best. I don't know for performance. It's really not that big of a deal for the performance thing. It doesn't really matter. It reads better the other way though, I think. Client diagro. Diagro. Are we doing anything else here? I'm going to do it the other way around. I just like the way it reads. Something is setting it back. Right before we... I mean, what we could do is always fire diagro. This should fix it. We could just do this. Oh, no, but it would be out of bounds because... it wouldn't exist anymore. Let me see. This is a race condition. Another one. So that's on the server side that's handling that. We'll do this. So we should only see follow fire while it's being fired, while it's going for the thing that updates the position. So 1, 2, and stops. My guess is this has something to do with the order. It's not the packet order because we drop out of order packets. Let's print how many times we're de-aggroing. Is this happening more than once? Yeah, something is, it's another race condition somewhere. 1, 2, client de-aggro. We're so close. Wait a minute. We don't want that. Hold on a second. Found something. One, two. Nope, we're off. And it'll fix, like if we aggro it, yeah, see how it kind of snaps forward? We definitely need to increase the range of the enemy's collision for aggroing, though. It's too small. Let's commit what we have. We're in a good, we're in a working position. I don't know what this is. Okay, so first pass at enemy aggro and de-aggro. We're getting there, boys. 16 of you. I'm just checking because we're going to raid out here in a minute. 16 of you on a Sunday. That's wild. I appreciate everyone watching. Yeah. You know, I should give some shout outs. I mean, everybody knows everybody else here. Johnson. Wallaber. I haven't shouted out Wallaber in a long time, but everyone knows Wallaber. Give a shout out to Wallaber. Wallaber's got a bazillion games out on Steam. He's got a yacht, a jet, and all kinds of stuff, all making money off Godot. Just rolling in the cash. Every time he starts his stream, he burns $100 to light a cigar. It's pretty wild. Dude's just the most the most machismo you could ever see on stream. Wears sunglasses the entire time. It's why it's just insane. It's crazy. Does the position reset correctly when using? So the position resets correctly on the server. That's a good big tell about where it's going. It's wrong on the client, right? And we're doing a print statement. When we do the client diaggro, we are seeing that this enemy position and rotation to 0. Oh my God! They're eating them, and then they're gonna eat us. I think we should set the global position. Is that it? Oops. Yeah, you can't create a server because I already got one running. You know what? I should just have this one start the server and this one connect. We got to get that going automatically. Okay, he's coming for us. He's headed right for us, Ned. Okay, 1, 2. Whoa! Ah! What? Okay, didn't like that. Oh, because we went to global 00. Damn it, I thought that was it. I don't want to leave this. We're right there. It's right in front of us. Come on, what is this? Can you try it without the server and leave the client? Sure. Well, I'll still have the client connect, you know, just for good measure. But let's go up on the server. Go over here. He's at it right for us, Ned. And we run away. Boop. And then he pops back. But you can see on the client, it's just off. So I think... You know what we could do? I think we need to set our global position and rotation to the path follow. Can we ask path follow for if we were on it where we would be? Let's do it here then. If we know we're going to do it in here when we're setting it, this would be the time to change the enemy's position, right? So if we had a reference to enemy in here, for instance, then we could see, but we know we're fighting a race condition that shouldn't be happening, right? I'm wondering if because we don't even see client we don't see it attempt to snap back. Like it doesn't, how do I put it? Over here. Ned. Oh. I agree. Because we're dropping, so we're getting a packet that says, hey, it's de-aggroed. And if we get a packet out of order, we drop it anyways. So this, it shouldn't re-aggro. No, I'm with you. I'm with you 100%. So yeah, by default, when it's doing path followed, the position of the enemy is 0. So if we were to look at, let me do this again, where it didn't open up everything all willy-nilly. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, what? I always thought it was a 0 position. Oh, that's the path follow being changed. Right. Sorry. So that's the path follows position being changed. Is that what we do? No, because our position is 0, 0, 0. We are in the center of whatever this position is. So we're setting the enemy back to 0, 0, and for some reason it's changing to something else. But only on the client. I'm going to call this clear enemy pause and set enemy pause. We should see set enemy pause when we've aggroed only. And we should see a clear enemy pause and then never another set enemy pause. If we see another set enemy pause after the clear, we know that the race is coming from the sim packets. Okay, we walk away. Clear. And we're way off. We see it here, right? So if these were all set to 0, we'll see the enemy snap right to the same position as the server up there. So let me move the server client closer so we can see. So right now they're a little bit off from each other, but if I go like this, 0, 0, 0, we're now exactly together. Well, that's for next stream, I suppose. Huh. My suspicion is that this is I don't know. I mean, we're setting these two values. Let's do this. We're going to print the enemy position when we de-aggro, and then we're going to compare to what it ends up being stuck at and see if it's the same. What's weird is the rotation is okay. So that's being reset fine. So something is changing the player position or the enemy position for sure. And I have a feeling it's somehow between my GD script saying change the position and the path follow being taking control of that position of that element. It's somehow doing it before my set of it, if that's possible. That's the only reasonable thing I can think of that could be doing. Can you hear my son crying? Okay, so our last position before we supposedly cleared it was this. So let's look at the scene tree for clients. Look at that. It's the same. This is wild. Because when we do a print of the enemy position after we set it, it's like being set back to its old position somehow. Hey, sorry guys, my son's having a little bit of a meltdown. He's starting to lose his naps, so it's a little rough during the middle of the day. So look at that. Path follow node is trappy. Do you think that's what's causing the race condition, Mariano? It doesn't update the transform the moment you set the progress. So it does it during the internal process, I think. So should I do some sort of a wait or call defer for maybe if I do a call defer on it, it'll maybe that'll do it. Using notification transform change. Yeah, because here we can see position, right? And then position again. We set it, but then if we look at the actual remote scene, we're going to see that it has the old position. So it's using some old version of the scene. Not the child. Yeah. Well, whatever the child's position is at, it's relative to that. This is the end of the path. Well, this guy is not on it. That's sort of our problem. So we reset his position back to 0. And then for whatever reason, we're flipping the path follow back on. And he's just not, his position is now back to what it was when I set it to 0. The path is always running. We're going to deal with that tomorrow, Medusa. That's a problem for future Matt. Future Matt will deal with that. It's a math issue too. It's not the worst thing in the world. All right, let's do this again. I want to make sure that sim update position does not fire after this, because that could be the cause of this. But we already double checked this. Not quite the same way that I'm doing it right now. Hold on a second. That's weird. Oh, I got rid of Bro, I don't know what the hell is going on. Well, I'm doing a print, so I'm doing a print here and here. This is where we're resetting the enemy position and rotation back to 0. Now, it's not, I'm putting it into this variable, so I'm using a reference, but that wouldn't be a problem, would it be, guys? I mean, if I do this directly, is that like what? I'm still setting it. I'm just using a reference, so what would be the problem? That couldn't be doing it. It's not like it's making another instance of it when I or is it? Am I an idiot? Don't answer that. Yeah, it should be after that. Ah! Okay, well, our sanity is secure in knowing that this is fine. I'm thinking that path follow has some old reference to our position. How do you await for the next frame? Because but why male models? That's a good question, actually. Ah! But we're not using physics for movement yet. Is it because it's a physics body? Something to do with that? Get main loop process frame. Are you sure it's process frame? It didn't autofill, but we'll take your word for it. I'm not sure. Okay. Didn't seem to do it. Let me type the word frame. I don't see it. What was the other one? Get tree. Frame. Process frame. Okay, let's try that. Son of a biscuit! All right, we're gonna have to let this go until next stream. We basically have the idea down though. So, damn, we're almost there. But yeah, I'm with you, Purelin. Why is it only happening on the client? Wait a minute. I think I know what it is. No, because when we print the enemy out, we see the position is what we're setting it to 0 to. What is happening? Okay, let's do this. We're not going to get it back on update progress, okay? Can you show the package method again? Package method? Which, oh, you mean when we're doing the packet? So we could flip this around, but we know it's not a race for this, but we could flip this around here and then this here. Just in case somehow this fires twice, but we know it's not from our prints at least. I've seen crazier things, yeah. No, we don't need to do that. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. You mean maybe this is causing it. Well, I think you're right. You might be right. Nope. That's weird though, right? Oh, we turned off this. Let's try again. This might be it. I think you found it. Nope. Damn it. Well, I hate to say it. I know a hack that we could do that would guarantee it's set right. And that is just an else. And we just set the rotation and everything to 0 and the position as well. So if we do this on an else on the server tick, it'll fix it. But this is hacky as hell and I don't like it. So basically, if we don't have any aggro information for the enemy, we can safely assume that its position should be 0 and its rotation should be none. So every server tick we get, we would do that. We would reset it to that. Out of bounds index. 3 on base game. 85. So it doesn't even see that? Enemy 3? Okay, we'll come back to this later, bros. Hang on a second. Three is we don't have. It's not being. Okay, that would make sense actually because we only have 3 enemies. It would be a null. This is a real shitty way to do it. This is not fixing the problem. Right. It's nil. Because there's no enemy there. So we're not going to do that. Because we haven't got that set up yet. What does enemy route scrub to tick do? That is designed so that when it really should only fire when we first connect for each once for each anything that needs to scrub to the simulations. Okay, so imagine we start one game 3 minutes after another person's game. Both games have they start forward in their time, right? We connect to that server that's 3 minutes ahead. We're going to scrub to that reality's time. That makes sense? So that's what that's doing. In the loop of the tween. So we're wrapping the number of seconds around a modulus to get us to the same time step for where the enemy should be in a deterministic way. We'll figure it out. We're going to end it here. Much love to everybody out there. Sorry for ending the stream on this weird fumbling around thing. I got to go hang out with my kids. I think it's one of those things I just kind of need to wash the dishes. It's a wash the dishes kind of problem, you know? Like I'll be in the mirror flexing, just admiring my wicked bod, and then I'll be like, "Oh, you know what? It was probably this." So
default async. I bet money that's got a cancellation token. Yes, it does.
we're gonna raid Setelix.
You got to thread these things through.
The Mr. Rogers of
'Cause this is one of the problem series of Sam, maybe even
Twitch
more
staff.
serious. But this is one of the problems that I've had.
If I'm manic energy, Mr. Rogers is the chill guy on the skateboard that's like, "What's up, guys?" And he's just got like a big gulp, and he you know what? It's a little bit like do you stop the tween in the if for aggro setting the position? The tween is always running. What we stop is, you know how we overrode path follow? What we stop is when we have update progress is set to false, we stop setting the progress and the progress ratio values. And then when we flip those back to true, we continue to process them. So the tween is always running. I thought you quit streaming hours ago. I fell asleep for the entire duration of Howl's Moving Castle. Very nice. Very nice. No, the one in the packet method. There's a tween. You some bitch. You found it. Hang on. We're going to stop the raid. Oh, shit. That's what it is. Okay. So we need to have a pool of these tweens that we can talk to. You did it. That's what it is. There's a way to set the owner of the tween, right? So that I can get it from the enemy. Because you can set owner of a tween. You got it. Man, that's a good catch. Holy shit. Wow. Bro. Now, theoretically, all of these tweens, when we do this, because this is all just lerping, like to smooth everything out, we can theoretically do this with one single tween. And if we do it that way, then what we can do is go down here and we say await. When we de-aggro, we would say something like await for the tween to finish or something. But there is like an owner. I mean, there's owner on object, right? So, but there's a way to set like who's responsible for the tween or something, right? Bind node. Okay, so what? But why would we do that? Binds the tween to the given node. Tweens are processed directly by the scene tree, so they run independently of the animated nodes. When you bind a node with a tween, the tween will halt the animation when the object is not inside the tree, and the tween will automatically be killed. Oh, I should be doing this for the infinite loops in case we do decide to get rid of the, like if we load a new stage. So if we bind it, well, but it binds to it binds to the object that created it, right? Shit though, that's what it is. That's 100% what it is. Damn it. Okay, so I think that's what it is. I think that's a good catch, and I think we're going to have to start rethinking a lot of this. If we have a monolithic tween and we keep reusing it, then we can reference it. It's almost like we need to set it up so that it goes on. Yeah. So that's a little bit of a rewrite I'm not going to do right now because I got to hang out with my son. He needs his papa. So we're going to go ahead and re-raid Settlix. Are they still streaming? Yeah. Okay. Dude. Pureline, thank you so much. That's exactly what it is. That's got to be it. That's totally what it is. God, that could bite us in the ass later on as well. But if we have like wait for sim, like it's like tween sim or sim tween or something like that, and it's like wait for sim tween whenever we need to do something where we're hard resetting some value like that. I guess we could do it that way. Anyways, much love to everybody out there. I will see you guys maybe tomorrow night, maybe the day after that night. If not, Wednesday. Bye-bye. Medusa, everybody, much love. Thanks for all the support. Have a good day for the rest of you. See ya.
Oh, let's see. We can already retrieve the